Yeah, these people gonna learn to quit playing with your boy. These people are gonna. Oh yeah, break that down. The Canadias. We got the Catalunas. Yeah, Glacias. Galicia. Yeah, Calabria. País Vasco. Nevada. All these. So I'm just kind of getting started. But these would be your Spain areas that were taking part in some of the expeditions coming to the America. But I was utilizing this for a particular reason. So we'll come back to that. Let's pull up some of these maps, kind of give some visuals as people come up in here. We're going to give you some visuals. Now, here's some pretty amazing looking visuals. You know, of these people would say, oh, these are, you know, whatever. But there's some things about these particular illustrations that kind of make me, kind of really intrigue me, because a lot of them are done in color. And they're done in years of like 1280 or pre 1400 years. Now, same thing you'll get when you go to the cartography here in the Americas. And you'll notice that they draw people like this. And I should have pulled this out on their ass. Where is it at? I should have pulled... Where is that receipt? Hold up. I just found this receipt right here in a book. Now, that receipt right there is pretty undeniable of a receipt. Comes from a book in the 1500s. A book from the 1500s with Jacques Cartier. I think this was my Jacques Cartier book. Let me just double check. Where did I get this? Yeah, because this is the Jacques Cartier manuscript that I interpret with ChatGPT. So I'm gonna play this real quick. Let me go back to old dude. Hold on, we'll go back up here. He's actually up there quite a bit. Let me go to the videos. So this is gonna be about a series of things, but really kind of helping to prove, let me make sure this is the right one, prove, and this is one, and that the Spaniards had some black folks right here. The Spaniards had some black folks, but they didn't come until quite a bit later. And even then, they were property owners. So one thing people don't know is black people own property who came over on the boats with some of these Spaniards. Let's see.
St. Augustine on the eve of abandonment. All of these properties are properties that we've confirmed were owned by free blacks in St. Augustine. And we know where a lot of them were from the parish records. We know that runaway slaves were moving from as far north as New York, Philadelphia, most obviously from...
Well, I don't like this part he's saying, but...
from the Carolinas, trying to make their way to Spanish Florida in the late 17th and 18th centuries.
Well, see, that's a little bit different because he's talking about he's talking. I don't even know why he tied that in, because
On
we're
the
gonna,
Sancho
prior to that he's
Archiniega
talking about the
expedition. That was
Archinega
the
expedition, and he's talking about how many people were Moors coming from North Africa that also came from people with the Spaniards over on these expeditions. Now that number of Moors were small. Let's see, Andalusia, Pies, but it could have been quite a bit as far as Moors go, because some of these people in these areas could be melanated Moors who are not from this area of Africa. The Moors did occupy and run Spain for the longest until about 1492. To be honest, that's when they lost control. But let's let him say what he's gonna say here.
On the Sancho de Arciniega expedition. That was the expedition with over 2,000 people on it from 1566, and we've now found almost all of them. So that's the one we're going to use to launch the center site in the fall.
See, right here, he's talking about 1556-ish, and he's talking about the Arciniega expedition. So to me, it's kind of odd that he jumps 200 years into the 1700s right after this and starts talking about free blacks owning land, but then and property, but then he also likens them to just be some African slaves. Well, he didn't say African, but some slaves coming from north or whatever. So he just kind of skipped over a whole 150-year period, 200.
Then a couple of the settlements, and then eventually we'll catch up to the diocesan records and be able to include all of those diocesan records in this project. So very briefly, in terms of the Sancho de Arciniega expedition, at present we've identified 1,833 people who went on that expedition. We know the place of origin for 84% of those people. We know that at least 85 were non-Spaniards. This number will probably
85
up to closer to 150.
So he said about 85 were non-Spaniards. So that could be your so-called black people or whoever that may have came. But some of those Spaniards could have been black too, of course.
By the time I finish research in Spain this summer, because most of the mariners and the ship owners and ship captains were Flemish or Portuguese or German. They're not Spanish. So that number is going to increase quite dramatically.
And I want to find this other one where he talks about these people right here, right? But then people would tell you that they brought over slaves. But I'm going to show you.
And tales.
Let me find it. Where he brought. It doesn't call these people slaves that he brought over. Hold on. Let's see. And this dude's reading the actual letters.
Had no.
Let me find it real fast. And I watched several things from this guy. And he's a Library of Congress historian. So it's not like just some random guy. But at the same time, they all
region bound
say what they want to say sometimes. But he seemed like he was bringing forth quite a bit of information. But you could tell he was holding back in certain things. I can definitely tell. Where is that?
Put it up 10.
So this is one thing I'll play for y'all because I do like what he says right here, because a lot of times, this is how I say like he's holding back on information, because the only people that have the population numbers to be able to be the people he's talking about are the so-called black people here in America. So let me let you hear this.
Had I known, I wouldn't have. I wondered, we all hear about Native Americans dying off quite a bit because of diseases, and I noticed you only mentioned one. I wondered where we were with that episode.
I wish I could give you a better answer than the answer I'm going to give you. And that is, I'm very cautious about disease and using disease to explain massive depopulation without some more written and archaeological evidence of it. The striking thing when you look at the colonial records, the 16th century especially, is there are very few references to large-scale epidemic disease.
And that means a lot, in fact, because when you look at what I'm looking at specifically, the same area he's talking about, Spanish Florida, and I'm looking at the Geechees, then what they try to say at times is these people were just dropping like flies from diseases sometimes. Well, this dude's saying from the records themselves, there's almost very few, if any, records of large-scale disease.
Elsewhere in the Indies, if you look at historical demography in central Mexico, in what becomes Colombia, New Granada, and Peru, when disease episodes like that happen, people write about them. Friars write about them, lay officials write about them. Everybody makes mention of these things. And right now, what's striking in the Florida example is how rare those references are to large-scale disease. And one of my worries about that sometimes is that disease can be used as a rather easy way to explain, to leave Native Americans out of the history. A kind of labor-saving device to talk about early Florida history as a European story without Native Americans. Native Americans outnumber Europeans throughout the entire colonial period. The entire colonial period. There are more than there are Spaniards. And we need to write them in, not leave them out and just dismiss them as, well, they all died. There weren't any left. They're all gone. And
so, like, he's really harping on this because they never had the population numbers to be able to, as he just said, we're going to look at some census records. They never had the population numbers to outnumber all the Spaniards throughout the entire colonial period. Now, here's part of the colonial period right here, and this is the slave population schedule. And in 1790, we're still in the so-called colonial period because they're only counting the colonies, right? Colonial, they're counting the colonies, and they're not counting Alabama, Mississippi, all these other ones until they do the Louisiana Purchase. Well, what you see here during the colonial period, the colonies showed to have 697,000 blacks that was already there, but that's not even counting the area that he's talking about, which is Florida. Florida doesn't get counted until way over here in 1830. Now, they're only counting so many, and there's a reason why there's only 15,000, 23,000, 39,000 in Florida. But right above Florida, which used to be Florida also, is Carolina, South Carolina, right? Well, you could say Georgia. You could say Georgia, that little stretch of Georgia before you hit there. Now, Georgia has always had lots of folks, lots of black people, right? 149,000, 217,000. It jumps up tremendously around 1840. So does these. That's a whole nother tale. But you also have South Carolina, because this is kind of that whole Geechee area, that whole corridor down there, that whole coastline. There was 107,000 black people in that area. So if you take a look at the gravity of what was really by Florida, or what was Florida, because as I can show you before, let me show you a map just to kind of prove that. Your areas, and it's always about knowing areas. Hold on one second. And many of your maps will show this though. That one will, but that's from, this is French. It's like, this says French Florida. As you see, Florida, whoops. Virginia, right? Virginia, and there's your line, right? Whoops. This area is outlined, and then it says Florida, but this area also says Florida. As you can see, Florida. Chicora is where South Carolina started. In fact, when you zoom in, you will see Charles Fort. So this is how you know this map is really old, because Charles Fort becomes Charlestown eventually. About mid-1600s. So this is pre-1600s, which this map says is pre-1600s. I forget which year said this map is. I think it's, this map is 1562, okay? 1564, 1567, something like that, right? So we know we're looking at a future Carolinas, but this was all Florida. So when you read the numbers of how many people were black in Florida at the time, you have to include the South Carolina numbers, right? Plus St. Augustine, which is what he's talking about, is kind of just right here. Just a little bit right here in this zone somewhere. If it's not on this map. I think it's a little bit further south, just slightly south. So he's talking about St. Augustine, okay? And many maps. I'll show you a map when Carolina first started to get charted out on the map. Watch. And these people be trying to play with me. Look at that. You see this map? And where did I get this map? In a Portugal government website, okay? So this ain't no bullshit. And this map comes out around 1650 or something. It doesn't say it right here. I'd have to go back to the map. But as you can see, somebody has now carved out a little area where they say they're going to make a Carolina. So now they've separated it from Florida and Virginia. But what I'm getting to is all of those black people were there. So you probably have a total of like a couple 100,000 or more. Probably more than that, to be honest, so-called black leadership people. And he said that Native Americans outnumber everybody throughout the entire colonial period. Now, we have pretty strong numbers to be able to outnumber somebody, right? 107,000 in South Carolina, in the Carolinas or Florida. North Carolina, about 100,000, you know what I'm saying? Or Florida prior, right? Because we're talking about the Florida time frame. Plus what was in Florida, which they didn't count because they didn't have control there. This was coming from the British census or the United States census. So let's go back. We're going to look at how many numbers did the so-called Indians at that time have. Now on the census is going to give us a number. We're going to go to the census of 1890 because they wasn't showing up on the U.S. Census in 1760. But civilized Indians numbers were pretty abysmal. But this isn't apparently the full number. Apparently these are Indians taxed or not taxed or taxed, I think. And then there's the Indians non-taxed, which were even more. And I did find something with that. Let me see. I think I took a screenshot of that because I was going to do a video and I was like, oh, okay, that's where the rest of them are. So there was an Indians territories did their own census apparently, and they had a different count. But we're still going to, so we're not just going to go by that count. We're going to go by, we're not just going to go by the census count. We're going to also look at that count. I'm sure I took a screenshot of it. Because what we're trying to do is prove that if what he says is true, that Indians outnumber the people throughout the entire colonial period, then who had the numbers to be able to outnumber somebody throughout the entire colonial period? That's pretty much the basis of what I'm getting to with this particular argument. And maybe I didn't screenshot it. I may have to go Google it. Okay, here we go. This one gives us, what year is this? And as you can see, this is off of census.gov. Okay. What year is this? 1900. Okay, so this is the 1900 census. Now this one includes, this is way later. Keep in mind, I gave us the 1790 colonial numbers of what the American Indians were at that time. Now this one is given a Indians taxed and non-taxed. So you got a total amount of Indians in 1900s, which is like damn near 110 years later, of only 250,000, 260,000, 270 or 30, so that'd be 60, 70, 270,000 so-called Indians. Now, at that time, there was 8.8 million of us, apparently, in 1900. So as you can tell, our numbers completely dwarf theirs. They would say because they brought in so many slaves, but that's just idiotic. But so that's their number in 1900. So you'd have to subtract, let's at least subtract just half of that. If you subtract half of that 270, you talking about 135,000 people. And that's really being graceful. So let's go back to the slave population census schedule. So if they had about 100,000 people, and that's nationwide, is on your side. It's not on their side. But we had the numbers in 1700, because even if we go by our 1850 number where they were really counting everybody, you're talking about 3.2 million people, where they finally started counting people up in Florida and Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and all of that. But prior to that, and then next we're gonna debunk another number, which, because these people would first say we were slaves, right? And that our numbers outnumber. So first I'm proving, hey, we had more numbers here than the native people had. So if what he says is true, that Native Americans outnumber people throughout the entire colonial period, then who would have the numbers to do that? 100,000 so-called Indians isn't gonna dwarf that. Let's Google how many white folks were there in the colonies. What was the total population of white people at the end of the colonial period? $2.6 to 2.8 million people. And he said, and that's by 1783. So that's he said Spaniards. He didn't. I don't want to conflate. He said that Native Americans outnumbered Spaniards throughout the entire colonial period. Now I don't know if we will get the number of Spaniards. What was the total number of Spaniards in America by 1790? I don't even think it's gonna tell me, because there was no census either. It's probably gonna say it doesn't know. There was no census taken for Spaniards in that area. But let's see. The total population of the Spanish Empire in the Americas around 1790, but it says the Americas. So let's say the U.S. Let me change that to the U.S. In the U.S. According to estimates based on the 1790 census, there were approximately 20,000 people of Spanish ancestry or Hispanic living in the former British colonies that comprised the United States at the time. Now, let's say Florida. I said that. Let's say Florida. And of course, I would really need to check their sources on these numbers, but I'm just kind of doing this on the quick. This one just said likely a few hundred people. So it wouldn't be hard for anybody to really write out the Spaniards. So that statement doesn't have as much weight as it should. But either way, what we're going to see, period, is that there was more of us here than there was so-called Indians. And you got to think about that. So think about this too with this number. If there was just a few hundred Spaniards there, right? And on top of that, there was only so many Indians and there were no British people. How did all these black people get down to Florida? You know, where did they all come from? Because Florida was a vast area again at this time. And even here it shows, now that I look at this, now that's what's up. There's an East and West Florida. See, a lot of people don't know that there was an East and West Florida. Well, that map that I showed y'all, I got another one. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let me type in Florida. Let me see. I want to see if I can find, I might be able to Google it faster. Yeah, I don't even see if it might not even be there. Let's see. Map of East and West Florida. Now this is showing it like that, but it was at one point when it was This is still when it was. This is still kind of late time. This is 1779, and like I showed y'all, Carolina was coming in by that time, taking up some of its space. But as you can see there on that map, this was part of East and West Florida. So it's very similar, except it includes quite a bit of Louisiana and quite a bit of Alabama and Georgia, or what we call today Mississippi and Alabama. I'm sorry. Maybe a little bit tip of Georgia over here. But prior to that, it covered even all of that. There was no Georgia, there was no Mississippi, Alabama, there was no Carolina. And it wasn't known as East and West Florida. It was just called Florida. Then when they broke it down, it became East and West Florida. And then today is just Florida. I'm always throw some game at y'all, man. So when you look at the Spaniards here, even though it says a few hundred, it says St. Augustine, the population here hovered around 3,000 people during the Spanish period, but this included a significant number of British settlers who stayed after the transfer of power, as well as a large number of black slaves, right? The number of people who were actually Spanish was likely around the hundreds. A census shows but don't even say anything about Indian people. A census in 1786 counted 950 people in St. Augustine proper, excluding the surrounding rural, mostly Anglo areas, which included around 300 people of African descent, leaving only a few hundred people of European. And that doesn't even make sense. By 1786, so you're trying to say from 1786, man, and I still don't really trust this number in Florida at 47,000. Well, you know why? Because that's slaves. You got to go look at the free. Most people in Florida were free, but they still don't show a lot of free people. 229 and 703 mulattoes, 932. I want to look at the population over time down there in the small Florida, which it is now. The bulk of the people, but it's still 1790. Yeah. Anyway, either way, it depends on the area you're talking about. And they're talking about right here, they're talking about the 1700 era. So we can say, okay, yeah, they're talking about the small Florida. You got the Pensacola area, had a little census, 265 Spaniards. So you didn't have a ton of Spaniards here, but you also didn't have a ton of so-called natives on there either, who really had the largest numbers. In these areas, it was blacks. That's why a lot of time they show. Now let me show y'all this that which tripped me out, and I did not know I had this until I was doing my as you said, it was some. It went into some in Texas. Yeah. They stretched pretty damn far back in the day, because I think even some of these maps are still a little bit off on how far it stretched far to the west. What did I put that under? Oh, I can show it from my phone. Hold on. Because one thing I'm going to be doing another video about, and I just did one about it not that long ago, is about I just recently sent myself some damn photos. I hate the way they organize these new the way this thing is. So my recent, I sent me some pictures yesterday, and it doesn't stay in the most recent pictures, but there is a recent section. But I guess that recent section is only the last 24 hours. Oh, here it is, recently saved. Let me see. Or they just done moved it down at some point here. This shit is so stupid. I was like, what am I looking for? Okay, I know what I'm looking for. This right here. So now let me pull up the other one so you kind of have an idea on what I'm getting at when I show this one, because I know I got the other one over here. because I'm gonna show how we had power throughout the South. And it was shown, there's newspaper clippings talking about it and stuff too. I wish I had those, but I wasn't expecting on talking about that right now. And I don't even know what keywords to type in for that. Okay, we're coming up on it right now, right here. So this is the state of Louisiana, where you have the governor, lieutenant governor, and all these black folks. Now, I think this could just be it says the distinguished members of the convention and assembly, but I think this could be the actual, at first I was like, well, maybe that's not the actual legislator at first. That's what I was thinking. Maybe this is like a black political party, but he was for sure the lieutenant governor and became the governor, and then they unalived him. But I found this, but then I found that's Louisiana. This is Louisiana, Mississippi. MISSISSIPPI. Then I found Mississippi's right here. So now that I showed you Louisiana, and that was around the same time, 1864 or 1860s, the late 1860s. I'm sorry. In the early 1870s, which is right after slavery, right? But then when you go to Mississippi's legislator, at first when you're looking at this, you can't really tell what's going on. It looks like maybe a bunch of random white folks because of the flash. But when you zoom in, you see all these black folk, right? All these black folk. Some mulattoes in there, right? Now here's white folks on this side, right? Here's some white folks on this side, but right here, there goes some more than black folks, right? Then you got quite a bit of white tea folks right here. But if you come around here, you start getting more of these Negroes down here. Right there, right there, and right there, and right there. So this is your Mississippi, just a little bit after the 1860s. Well, this right here is your Carolina around that same time. Let's zoom in on Carolina. In fact, if you want to know how many people are black versus white, it actually tells you at the bottom. There's 98 Negro members. All right, you see that? 98 Negro members. And how many of the other ones? 57 YTs. So even if you couldn't go through here and see all the faces, it's telling you that at the bottom. So just think about this. And we know Florida we had a lot of power in Florida because that's after the Seminole Wars. But, that Seminole Wars was ended in 1856. That wasn't too long after the Seminole War. So just think about it. Let's pull up a map. Let's pull up one of these maps. All right, just think about it like this. See, whoever just said that Florida went in a part of Texas, there you go. There's one of the maps. I wasn't even expecting on clicking on it, but there you go right there. I knew I had one in there. I knew I had several of them in here, to be honest, but I just don't be knowing. Sometimes you got to have a keyword or something to find these things. But, and that's the one where Carolina was just being carved out. I'm just not noticing that. So this really gives you a scope of Florida. And there goes Virginia and going up. But they're starting to carve it out and change it up. But so basically, black folks, now this is probably, what year is this map? This map is... if I would have had to guess, because Carolina is just being mapped out, this is somewhere around mid-1600s. Mid to late 1600s, if I was to have to guess. Because I'm not seeing a year on this thing. And if it is, it's either in some Roman numeral or something. But, okay. So think about this. I just showed you that right after slavery, when Most people should just be down, destitute, uneducated slaves who, don't really know much about much, right? Well, we had complete power in Carolina. We had complete control mostly in Mississippi as it got started, mostly in Alabama as it got started. Well, you know what? I hadn't looked up Alabama, but Louisiana. Let's look up Alabama. I'm curious about that. Alabama legislator in 1865. Well, let's say 1867-ish. Let's see if we can see an image of. Look at that. Look at that. Is that niggas? Hold on. Why would that be coming to my phone at this early? That's crazy. Damn marketers. So it should follow the same suit, right? Black folks behind them. There are some YTs, but look at all these black folks. Let me see if I can get a better picture. And I don't even know if that. Let's see. Encyclopedia of Alabama. Congressional Reconstruction, Alabama. What is this? Black legislators. The first colored senator and representative. Look at that. And what year was this? 1870. Look like that says 1872. Josiah. Let me look at some of these names and surnames. U.S. Senator H.R. Revels of Mississippi, Benjamin J.S. Turner, MC of Alabama, Josiah T. Walls. If you see your family name, say what up. Of Florida. So you had somebody of Florida, one of these people from Florida, right? Rainey and what up. So this is just the top, folks. This ain't the whole Congress. But let me save that. Because what I'm getting to is, how did we get all this power if we didn't know what the hell we was doing? If we couldn't do much voting, or we just got the right to vote. And what they'll try to say is, well, y'all just got the right to vote, and you was just so excited that everybody was driving to the polls. Why we don't do that now? Okay, so. And if we couldn't vote all them years, why would all of a sudden, it's like they're trying to make it, oh, well, you was trying to make sure that you had a voice. But then that same spirit doesn't carry, it doesn't seem like, for the next 10 to 20 years, because within the next 10 to 20 years, you're going to see, and I'm going to show you, you're going to see these black congregations go to all white in 20 years. So then what I'm starting to think, let's see, Alabama legislator, let's say by let's give it a different year, 1870. I wanted to see the whole, or maybe I'll put Congress. If this doesn't work, pull it up. History of Alabama, let's say Congress. They keep showing those same black dude groups. I may have to do some digging to find a similar type of picture where it shows all the people of the legislature. But this is I'm looking for something like this. Member of the South Carolina legislature. Did I type that in earlier? Legislature. I think I put legislator earlier, not chair. Let me see. That's the iron workers in 1910. So yeah, so what I'm getting to, even though I'm thinking is this right here, to be honest. Let me go back to this. Most blacks were denied a chance of formal education during the emancipation campaign from remarks, the mixed school question, or is this people just class photo? Okay, this is just people standing in front of a school. That's why I don't want to make the assumption. The Negroes above picture. Wait a minute. No, hold up. The above is a photograph of the Alabama legislature of 1872 when the Republican Party was in power in Alabama. The Negroes in the above picture were members of the legislature. Let me save that. Yeah, let's save this. My bad, y'all. I hadn't been looking down. Appreciate y'all being here. I'm gonna catch up with y'all too. Save the photos. So, and I'm gonna say this, bitch. Can I say this? Yeah. Take all these little receipts off you. Let me get this off you too. Hold up. Let me get that off you. Let me get this. Come on now. Let me get that off you too. All right, I'll read those later. But as we see, we have members. Can I get closer? But we definitely have some black members in there. Black, so-called. Black. That's a kid. Black, so-called. I don't know, a bunch of YTs and Spaniards. Black, YTs. Some more blacks up in there. They up in there. They ain't making the majority by 1870. But they in there. So we looked at Louisiana. Let me go back to that map. We looked at Louisiana. We got the Louisiana legislator. We got the Alabama information now. We got the we don't have Florida. Who was in Florida? We got the Carolina. Let's see who was in Georgia. What was the Georgia? If there's one for Georgia real quick. Because I'm just trying to establish how much power did we really have, Georgia? And I'm doing this kind of real time. Look at that right there. That almost looks like that same photograph I got done. Hold on. Today, our history, the original 33 were the first 33 members of the Georgia General Assembly who were elected blacks. Let me see on my phone. That's the same thing, but this one says South Carolina legislator from a photograph in the possession of the editor. These people are saying, using this photograph for the Georgia. And I don't see Carolina listed in here either. I don't know if they used the wrong photograph, or is that a... Yeah, no, that's the same one because it's got this whole little outline and shit on these same two YT folks and the same people right here in the middle. It's the same one. Hold on. Let me just look. Here's another one. No, I didn't show it. Let me see if I can find another one that might show it. We're looking for the Georgia legislator, about 1870. Go to all real quick. Pivotal 33 African-American legislators were reinstated after being expelled in 1868. That's pretty interesting. Where'd they get that? He said Georgia used to be in South Carolina territory. That's true. I guess, yeah, it was Carolina first, and then eventually they did kind of carve it out. By 1870, when did Georgia become a state? When did Georgia become a state? 1788. So they should have a legislator of some type. And here it says 33 African-American were reinstated after being expelled. Georgia member readmission, 1870 was formally readmitted. So even that is showing that we had some people in power, and that's showing malice. Like, let me see what the source is on that. Georgia readmitted from Politico. Georgia black lawmakers honored with, so we might click on this one. Black legislators during Reconstruction. Green, and they gave their lives. Georgia tributes first black. Yeah, there's no good reason why this should be like this. This is only 37 seconds. Let's see what it says.
Becoming a nurse is closer than you think. WGU's pre-licensure BSN program combines flexible online coursework with hands-on clinicals, no prerequisites required. Earn your BSN and become...
For far too long, says State Representative Carl Gilliard, the original 33 have gone unnoticed.
They decided to run for office. They were black Republicans after Reconstruction. They won the election, representing all the counties across Georgia. And unfortunately, in 1868, they were not allowed to serve. They were expelled because of the color of their skin.
The group, many of the ministers, were persecuted for simply living and wanting to serve their state.
Let me screen record this real quick.
More than a century and a half later, the original 33 black legislators in Georgia are being memorialized. And WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole joins us now.
They use that same
live.
picture.
Andy, you found out they're going to be honored all across the state.
Yeah, Greg, now that the original 33 Memorial Act was passed and signed into law by Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, State Representative Carl Gilliard is moving fast to make his dream a reality. For far too long, says State Representative Carl Gilliard, the original 33 have gone unnoticed.
They decided to run for office. They were black Republicans after Reconstruction. They won the election, representing all the counties across Georgia. And unfortunately, in 1868, they were not allowed to serve. They were expelled because of the color of their skin.
The group, many of the ministers, were persecuted for simply living and wanting to serve their state.
In 1870, they were reinstated, but to the point of a loss of life and to be ridiculed and scandaled. 14 of them were lynched.
Loss of
That's
life.
why,
They
over
killed
the
them.
last 5 years, Gilliard has been working diligently to pass a bill memorializing the group. This week, it all paid off.
They also
I know
killed
this is
Dunn.
something that Carl worked very hard on. He's also very proud of this accomplishment, and we're proud to celebrate that with you. Congratulations, Representative.
After receiving unanimous votes in both the House and Senate, Gilliard's bill was signed into law by Governor Kemp Thursday.
This, for me, is an humbling experience because we serve on the shoulders of giants. We're nothing compared to what these men had to sacrifice.
Now Gilliard and his newly formed memorial committee will work with SCAD students to design a memorial for the state capitol and individual monuments to be placed in the counties the original 33 served.
The courage of the men and women in the House and the Senate and our governor to sign that bill and our speaker to stand with us, it's just a powerful testimony.
And here at the First Bryant Baptist Church in Savannah, this is the site of where...
So let's paint the story of what I'm trying to paint.
Signed a memorial.
Let me go back to this picture. Let's paint this story.
For the state cap.
Damn it.
And individual monuments.
Damn it. Take a screenshot of this so that it'll stop going away. So let's paint the story, y'all. Somehow, black folks all throughout the South occupy the majority of the old world buildings. I'm going there with it. Okay? I'm going there with it. We occupied the old world buildings. And around that time when they said the slavery happened, which we know they really kind of flipped the story on us, we wasn't slaves. In my opinion, the census was used to label us as slaves to make up the story later to be like, y'all were slaves. And they just went around labeling anybody that was a dependent and not head of household of a black person as a slave. If you were black skinned and you did not own property, you were a slave. It's really cut and dry. Because think about this. Now, people would say, well, that ain't true. It really matters on if you had free slave papers, right? Which means that you can own land. Oh, I know where I'm going. Which means that you can, oops, let me get that out the screen. Which means that you can own land. Here we go. So let's just take this for instance. You got, in 1790, you got all these slaves, right? Or no, let's just go to 1850 because we ain't got to talk that long ago. Because these numbers down below in the free are going to be from 1850. So 1850, 3.24 people that was enslaved, right? Well, over here under the free category, you had 275,000 people. Well, actually 434,000 people because 159,000 mulattoes were listed as free. Now, for the census forms at these times, up until about 1850, you had different types of census. So let's look at one of those censuses. Let's see, I might be able to have head of house. Let's see if this will pull it up. It pulled up something. No. I'm trying to think what's the fastest way I can get to one of those census records to show you. Goodness. You know what? I know. In my ancestry, off my tree, there's one guy that has this kind of situation going on. You know, I might have to Google his name, but it might be in here. Let's see. Paul Tillman Willis. Really? It ain't under here? Slave owner Paul Tillman Willis. Okay. It might be this first one. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is going to give us a good idea because I did have to Google it before to find these census records for him. So you have a man of black heritage right here, okay? Surnames. He was not a slave. He owned slaves, right? Slaves of Paul Tillman Willis Sr., right? In 1840, there was a census. In 1850, there was a census for him. These 2 years are when they switched the census up, and they actually had switched it up prior to 1842, but we're going to see. I'm going to show you how they did that. Down below, we have links to those census forms. Hopefully they still work. They was actually tripping before. But when you click it, let me click the view full record. Now, this is the 1840 census. Now, notice that's the form right there, okay? Keep that in mind. That's the form that they fill out. At the top of this form right here, it says head of families. Now, it doesn't say free Negro because there's not a section for free Negroes. The only people listed by name that I've seen on here, now, I could be wrong, but the only thing I've ever seen are heads of families. Everybody else is a tick mark. Who are these tick marks? The people who live on this same plantation or area under the head of the family. Slaves, workers, whatever, because you would likely, where you work, before cars, you would likely live on wherever you worked. You would live on the plantation. And why would you do that? Because you're going to be there maybe for several months as you do the harvesting, whatever, but you may still live somewhere else. But some people may choose to just always live where they work at, right? We do that now. A lot of times, if you can get a job, if you can get a house, an apartment or whatever, or a house right down the street from your job, you'd be super excited. Everybody typically do. So just to kind of paint the picture. Well, Paul Tillman Willis in 1840, notice there's free white persons with a number 1 there. Free white person, number 1. Free person, right? Slaves. So you were a tick mark of either these categories. You could have been a free white tea person. You know what? There was a section for free I thought there was a section for, there might be a section for free blacks that live up under you as head of household, but it would still just be a tick mark. But either way, and that's me just thinking that. I don't even know. I'd have to double check. Let's see here. So this is the record, and you can see Paul Tillman Willis right there, and he does have tick marks under your free YT folks, right? Males, females, free colored persons. So you do have a section for free colored persons living under black folks. So I can take that back, but just think about that too. You won't have their names listed. They could be a free colored person, but they won't be listed. In many cases, they're going to be listed as a slave. I have yet to, and I don't know, maybe we'd have to go down a lot of records to try to find a tick mark up under there, because a lot of people would be listed up under as slaves. So you'd have to have some kind of free paperwork. But just think about that though. Just think about the gravity of that. You have, let's say this, I'm a black person, right? I'm Mr. Tillman Willis. I have a lot of people living up under me in my plantation. 15 of them are my family members. None of them have free paperwork, but maybe my wife has free paperwork at some point or something. But let's say none of them have free paperwork, and you count them all as slaves. But then the YT folks, they just automatically get counted as free. You see how it's like a game. It's like, well, how come the black people living up under the black person, how come they aren't free? Wouldn't you think that would be free, right? If you're living with your family members, in many cases, or if you're working up under some black person, and I'm gonna show you how these were family members, because there's a bunch of 1-year-olds listed up under Mr. Paul Tillman Willis and 3-year-olds. So if you got 1-year-olds and 3-year-olds, that means you're counting them as slaves. You could say, well, that must have been based upon the mother. She must have been a slave. You talking about these tick marks these people do? Do you think they went around really questioning these tick marks? Or did they go around kind of just tick marking? What's that person's age? He's a black person and age 15? Okay, tick mark. You think, do you have any papers for that person? Do you have any papers for that person? Do you have any papers for that person? You know, I don't know. But maybe they did. But either way, how are you not free living up under a black person as a 1-year-old, 3-year-old, 7-year-old, 12-year-old? You're listed as a slave. And we're going to show you that. But also, so before we get to that, because that's going to be in the next schedule that I'm going to show you, because the reason why I can't show you on this one is because they didn't make a population slave schedule in 1840. They switched it in 1850. And the reason why I'm harping on this is because you notice how these are YT folks, and they're listed, some of them are listed up under a black man, right? Well, the next go round of census forms, Mr. Paul Tillman Willis, let me show you. Man, I should have, let me do this so I can have them both open at the same time. So this is the 1840 one, right? Now we're going to look at the 1850 one where they decided to change it. In my mind, I'm like, whenever anybody changes anything, I always question why. Sometimes, like even recently, I got a Square app, because I can't stand when just even little stupid changes. I got a Square app that I use to take payments for my business. Been using it for 4 or 5 years. And every time they make a change, I notice it. Here recently, they done changed the way the UI looks. They changed one of the buttons to look black and changed some other buttons to look like this and then the third. And I was just like, man, why did you change it? What was the reason that you changed this for? And then they came out with an email afterwards, a notification. We changed it for a new, sleeker look and blah, blah, blah. But like, that's really small and rudimentary. But usually when I'm like reading books and stuff like that, I have the same keen kind of thinking pattern of like, why did you change this? What was the purpose? Now, in some cases, like a software engineer, them niggas need to keep a job around. You know what I'm saying? So in order for, if you done made software and it's working 100%, how do you keep a job as a software engineer? You redesign that bitch. Well, we need to add some new features and change the UI look. a little bit, I think. I think that would give it a little bit more of a marketable experience. I'd be like, okay, whatever. You just need something to do. You need somebody to pay you. And now you about to piss me off because now I got to figure out the new changes you done made. Like one time they changed the word banking in there to not statements. I don't know. They just changed the word. And whenever you change a word, it pisses me off because it's like, why? Did it really need to be changed? It's the same screen I go to still. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to get off my little tangent. I got y'all laughing. Y'all done felt this before. You know what I'm saying? Do you really need to change it? That's the kind of shit that pisses me off, dude. But I have the same thinking pattern with this. Did you really need to change the way the census form looked? Now, technically, they do. They need to change it to where they use everybody's names. But let me just say this. They only used this for 1850, the slave population schedule. And in 1860, they used it as well. But by 1865, slavery was over. So technically, there's only 20 years worth of slavery population census forms out of the whole slavery period. Besides that, and you see how the form looks. Besides that, you had this form, which also counted slaves up until 1790 and counted pretty much us as slaves, but you had a lot of free white people listed up under there. And I think it changed before this. I think it was a little bit different than this before this, and I can't remember how the slaves, because I can't remember what the 1790 form looked like, and I would have to pull it up. And I hate to say things that, like, if I say something and I know for a fact that I didn't see it, or I haven't seen it in so long to remember, even then I'll even not want to say it, because some people just talk, as if they know for sure everything. Anyway, so this is what it looked like. And so this is my thinking. You got head of households right here where you can be black or white. And up under a black person, you can show whether you had white folks or black folks. Now, what does that do? It allows black people to say, hey, I had some white slaves. Technically, they were slaves. They were on my plantation. What else was they doing there, right? Why would YT people be up under Mr. Black Paul Tillman Willis's plantation, if they wasn't doing some work? You know what I'm saying? And he ain't got no mulatto kids, so they ain't his family members. Said, appreciate your research. I appreciate that. And sorry if I've been missing y'all. They changed the I to be Indian. So like, I've seen it on some people's form. I haven't seen it on mine's personally, but I have seen it on some people's forums on some videos. I actually just seen one yesterday. That's kind of funny. Somebody had made a video. Or no. When I was going through my videos on my phone, on my iPad, because I'm organizing all my receipts now on my iPad. And I saw that same video and I was like, oh, I remember that. But okay, so back to this. So that's why I'm getting to this change. Why did they change this? Because you can literally see white folks under black folks. And it was like that for a while. And in fact, they say that sometimes. And you know that they had indentured servants, right? And we know that some people were looking for these indentured servants who were runaways. I got paper clippings of that, right? So then it's like somebody had to make a change to make everybody look like they were slaves that were black and everybody looked like the white folks was not slaves, right? So that's when you get the 1840 census or 1850 census. Now, that's when the slave population schedules come into play. Now, notice here, it doesn't show any free YT persons like it did before. And it says he's a slave owner now. He's a black slave owner. And that's apparent because he's listed up under the name of slave owner. But he wasn't listed up under name of slave owners before because there was no section for slave owners to count them before. Ever. So head of households are now all of a sudden slave owners? Why did it change? What was the purpose? Was it to make black people look like slaves? Now let's see how many people were his slaves. Look at all these people on his plantation, right? But let's look at the ages. 1, 1, 3, 3, 8, 10, 13, 13, 13, 16, 16, 17, 17, 17, 18, 20. Now we get to 50, 24, 24, 24, 35, 40, 40, 49, 55, right? One of these could be his wife, because his wife's name isn't listed on here. Think about that first. His wife's name isn't listed under here unless she's listed on a separate form under free black inhabitants, which they now have a free black inhabitants form in 1850 down 2, which they didn't have before. They separated everything. So now you can't look and see that Mr. Paul Tillman Willis, the now slave owner, non-head of household, had white folks as slaves. In fact, when you go back here, you can't make that assumption because technically he was never listed as a slave owner. So these white males listed up under him technically wasn't his slaves, right? Because he wasn't a slave owner. That would be the shit they would try to pull. That, in my opinion, that would be the story they would try to tell. It said wife and or midwife. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah. What's up with your good feather? So just think about this. If you look at, and think about this, all of this happens during Reconstruction. I believe so. When is the Reconstruction era? What years were the Reconstruction era? Well, a little bit after, but close, like the precursor to it. Think about that. All of a sudden, before this Reconstruction period, you start switching up the census forms. From 1850, you now have switched over to add a slave aspect that was not fully there before. It was there still listed as slaves. Don't get me wrong. Black folks still was listed as slaves on some of them forms prior. But still, you could have had white T folks listed up under black folks. So if we wanted to know the total number of white folks listed up under black folks, we technically would have to go through every single one of them papers and figure that out because they don't have a section with that, now that I think about it, that I've seen. So we would possibly know if they would have counted that up, we would possibly know how many white T folks were listed up under black slave head of household owners in the South to really get an idea on who had power. And maybe one day, that'd be a hell of a task. I'd have to one day when I become a millionaire, I'm just a little thousandaire right now, but when I become a little millionaire, I'd pay people to go through every single one of them records. I'd pay a team of people. Look, there's only so many states and so many counties. So if I had a team of 100 people and gave them all let's say 10 counties each, you can really go through, check all them tick marks, figure out how many white folks was listed up under black folks in the South as free inhabitants, but on their plantation. Okay. But when you switch it up by 1850, now you have slave owners listed. 1860, you have the slave owners listed, right? 1865, you free the slaves, right? Then you reconstruct history, 1865 to 1877. But that brings us back to what else is happening during that time. Well, it brings us back to why we was talking in the first place, which is what was happening during that time. Well, you had black power in those states. You had a majority black power prior to, I would say, I would be so amiss to say that you had black power prior to 1865, and they were lying because there's no good reason for there to be like this. This one right here is South Carolina or Alabama. It could be Alabama, but there's no reason for Alabama to have 98 Negroes and 22 or 57 whites in office especially when you look up the population numbers. So let's look at this. Total number of white people in Mississippi in 1860. In 1860. About 350 white T folks, right? In Mississippi. So what I'm going to draw a conclusion to. We're going to pull up how many people in 1850 were in Mississippi that would have been able to vote at some point. Let's see. Where's Mississippi at? Mississippi. 309 plus the free black inhabitants too, right? Let's see how many free black inhabitants around that time. Only 295. So 930 if you count the mulattoes. Excuse me. Which you do have to count the mulattoes. So it's not that black people have such a majority. What I'm trying to come up with is not that black people have such a majority in the country or in Mississippi that they could just sweep every fucking election. Okay? That's what I'm getting to. This is Mississippi, and I was looking at, we was looking at Mississippi, and they didn't sweep every election. Obviously, there are some white T folks in there. Let me not say that, but I don't think they're there because of that. Like, you got to think also timing too. White T folks are just getting to Mississippi. Because remember, let me pull up some years for you. Louisiana Purchase Day did not happen until 1803. So they didn't even start coming that way until 1803-ish. And another date, when did Mississippi become a state? 1817, right? Before then, what was Mississippi area? Well, that would be something called let me do it like this. This should find the fastest way. Yeah. That would be something called the Choctaw area. And the Cherokee and Chickasaw and Creek area. Muskogee. All the way up until, funny, 1800. Around the Louisiana Purchase Day. Right? And when did Indian removal happen? Indian removal years. 1830 to 1860. So you got a lot of things to think about during this time period. You got a lot of things to think about just between this. And hold on. And just to add, I got to add to this Indian removal, the Dancing Rabbit Treaty of 1830 that caused the removal from the Choctaw website, because there's a clause on Article 14 12, 13, 14 that says, hey, each Choctaw head of family, where do we just see something talk about head of families? Would this be the head of families in 1840, 10 years later? Each Choctaw head of family who desires to remain and become a citizen of the United States? What does that mean? What does that mean? That means each Choctaw head of family, like Mr. Paul Tillman Willis was in 1840, who probably has history going back to being an Indian, but he won't have the paperwork. Why doesn't he have paperwork likely of being an Indian? But he was there in 1840. He's got a plantation with white folks and black folks on it and 28 slaves. So he had to be there in 1830, right? He didn't just show up. He wasn't some black slave of a Choctaw Indian and then now became free and all of a sudden had a plantation during free time, during the slavery still, and became free from the Indians, and all of a sudden, you know, think about the mental tricks they would try to put you through to explain this. But no, you have Mr. Paul Tillman Willis living in 1840 in Choctaw area with 28 slaves as a head of family with white folks under him. And then when the Indian removal happened, my family went up, but some people desired to remain and become citizens of the United States. When you become a citizen of the United States, you see how there's nobody counted here? You now get counted into the census. When you're not a citizen, or when we're not even in your goddamn area at all because we was in the colonies, we can't count you. You were in Choctaw area, Mr. Paul Tillman Willis. But when we came over here and you desired to remain, let's say this is the year the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. Notice the population increase here and notice the population increase here. Those who desired to remain and become citizens of the United States can now be counted as a citizen of the United States in the census form for the United States. You get where I'm going? And then bam, you have even more people being counted after removal. To me, this first 41,000 are probably people who were playing the game early, like because they became a state in 1817 in Alabama or somewhere around there, 1820, something like that. And so when they became a state, they didn't really have the Indian removal yet. So some Indians probably wasn't playing that game. Like, they don't give a fuck about you setting up no state. I'm sitting here, I'm chilling on my land. But you probably have some people, like there always is. Let me see what the white folk doing over there. Let me. I wonder what they got going on. Even though y'all occupy the old world buildings, y'all are the state legislator, likely, even though it don't show it until, well, you know what? I'm gonna have to see if I can look up any history of what it shows prior to this, but it probably won't show it prior to this because prior to this, you know, whatever, but it was Choctaw area. But you had to come in, remove some of the black folks and force some of these people to basically be Indian or be black. Now, you want me to show you a video about that? Because they did that with the Narragansett Indians. Watch. I just saved that video under, I think I put it under identity theft or yeah, I think it's under identity theft or whitewash. Right here, maybe.
In the first time that the public has the opportunity to meet the Narragansetts, the sensitive issue of race can arise when outsiders arrive with preconceived notions of what an American Indian should look like.
A person is who they identify themselves as. It is not what's in their bloodstream. It's what's in their heart.
This ain't the one. Hold on. This is the same thing, but that's not the one. That's not the one. Hold up. Hold up. Maybe I saved it under, where is that one at? And I might have saved it under Freeman. Where? I can't stand when I'm passing it. I know I'm passing it. Here it is. Funny, the good person that said the thing about the bees being changed to eyes I's being changed to B's.
The more you do
There is one right there. You can see, or the C's. It's a C behind that. C for copper colored or colored. And sometimes there'll be I's too. But hold on, let me find that. Let me look up under reclassification. Okay, that's where here it is.
all that who wish to remain traditionally as their ancestors had been, made sure there was the teaching. Go out there and learn all that you can from these people.
What's up,
But
Sunshine?
never forget who you are. Never forget you have your own language, your own religion, and your own way of acceptance.
In Rhode Island, some citizens who did not own property had to wait until 1928 before they were granted voting rights. But 3 groups were still officially barred by
Think about that. Some people just couldn't even vote still, but we still had power in the legislature. But keep on.
state law from casting a ballot: paupers, the mentally incompetent, and Indians. The only way the Narragansetts could participate in elections was by identifying themselves as African Americans.
The only way that you can participate in an election was to stop calling yourself an Indian and start calling yourself what?
And Indians. The only way the Narragansetts could participate in elections was by identifying themselves as African Americans. Charles Ernest Hazard confronted officials who enforced this practice. His brother, Joseph, one of the oldest members of the Narragansett Nation, recalls the moment.
Indians couldn't vote, so he went up to the State House and he says, it's on the charter that the Indians can't vote. And he says, you're voting, ain't you? And he says, no. He says, I consider myself a Narragansett Indian. If I vote, I'm voting under Negroes could vote, but not an Indian. He said, I consider myself a Narragansett, not a black, so I'd like to have that changed. So they did.
In 1950, after
Exactly. No African him or no, and no African in her. And I don't see no Siberian in either one of them either.
Traditionally,
You know, she looked like just one of our aunts. You know what I'm saying? Her makeup a little off, but it is what it is. I understand, you know. I love it though. Oh, excuse me. I had somebody else saying something similar.
Today. But when the English came to this country,
listen to this.
This whole area was known as Poconoke country, or King Philip country later on. Any map prior to the King Philip War will stay right on it, Poconoke country. So Wampanoag is a name that was given to us during the King Philip War, around the year 1675, 1676, when the colonists outlawed the word Poconoke and made it illegal for you if you were male 14 years of age or older.
Oh, listen to that. Hold on. Oh, my bad. I'm just gassing.
For you, if you...
Oh, listen to this part.
The word Poconoke and made it illegal for you if you were male 14 years of age or older to say you were Poconoke. And they started calling us Wampanoag at that time. And that was a law that was on the books until after the year 2000. And if you were 14 years of age or older and you were male, they would kill you on sight if you said you were Poconoke. They could kill you on sight. Wampanoag Nation today. But when the English came to this country, this whole area was known as Poconoke country, or King Philip country later on. Any map prior to the King Philip War will stay right on it, Poconoke country. So Wampanoag is a name that was that time.
So now that explained how they changed their name, how you couldn't say the name, and it talks about name changes, purposeful name changes. But there was another one that I had that the dude was like, I think it's this dude.
They're not authentic Indians. They are really Negroes.
There's always erasure going on
in terms of one's identity. And to me, it seems hooked into a particular political time period in which one is living. Now, if you back up to the removal time,
That's what we're talking about, right? The Indian removal time, right?
say teens through the 30s. Removal really began about, as you know, 1817, 1818. If you back up to pre-Jacksonian America, and the time of Indian removal, there's no advantage to identifying as Indian.
There's no advantage around this time to identifying as an Indian because they done did the removal. So if he's going to say, but if you identify as an Indian, you could be removed. They'd be like, oh, you an Indian nigga? You were supposed to be in Oklahoma. Get your ass out of here. Now, if you desire to remain on your land, you are supposed to be identifying yourself as a United States citizen. And I am now part of your census and all that same stuff. See where we're getting the erasure happening. And old boy just talked about how the name was changed and they put a law to say, hey, you can't even call yourself that. And you got to call yourself the new name we done gave you. Or you could be unalive. So that's why some of our people were afraid. Exactly. Because the laws, they put a law literally on the book. What up, A-Dub? What up, Laced out mommy. I had to read that. What up, laced out mommy? What up, everybody else coming up in here? Protect my energy. Good up. Good morning, Grand Rising. There's a lot of people up in here. Tata, what's up, everybody? Crew out, what's happening? Hey, it's popping today in the morning. I gotta do these every day in the morning because last night it was like 12 people. The whole stream. He said, when can I watch? Or where can I watch the video? For the one before this, just type in the Narragansett documentary on YouTube. Now these two, I don't know. I found these clips. And I was going back through these, but you can screen record what I'm doing or whatever. I know I'd be, stopping it all the time. My bad, but I don't mind sending them to you if you send me a DM also. But I might end up doing a video about these here soon, which you can screen record. Anybody, y'all can take any of my receipts. I don't care about none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Spread the receipts. Put it in your name. I don't give a damn. Make a video.
Unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living.
I read the Bhagavad Gita long ago and part of it and watched some of the movies about it that were like reenactments of it. I can't remember a lot about it, to be honest with you. It was in my early 20s, mid 20s to late 20s. Somebody, for some reason, I was like reading up upon all different religions at that time. I kind of remember some things, but I would have to look at it now with a fresh mind, with a whole bunch of new perspectives.
Because you did not want to be removed, then there's advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the...
Look at that.
Identifying as Indian. Unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there's advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the rolls and sent west, but you could stay right where you were. Of course, there is a disadvantage at this time of identifying as African because you run the risk then of being enslaved. But at least you wouldn't be removed necessarily.
Think about that. He basically said a lot of what I had came up with. And it took me some digging in forums and stuff and this and that. And then I came up with this conclusion. But then eventually I go back and I'm listening to this man who has done his studies. However, he did his studies. And he came up with the same conclusion. When there's the truth, it's the truth, right? So like, he said, I need this live. I'm probably going to put it on my YouTube. I'll probably download. What's up, RE? I'm probably going to put it on my YouTube and download it after today. So if you check my YouTube, which is under my same name, Samuel Ali Kuhio or Ali Kuhio, but I might put it on my Twitter too. I probably will put it on my Twitter too. So you can also check my Twitter if it's the same Samuel Ali Kuhio or Hali Kuhio. It's either A or H. That's a whole story behind that AH thing. But okay, I don't want to get out because I'll get all into that too. So what he said was, if you were desired to remain, right? Just like it says here, each Choctaw head of family, which Mr. Paul Tillman Willis is listed in 1840 as a head of family, right? In Choctaw area as a black man. So we know he's not a slave. We know he's not a person coming from whatever, but the only thing they would try to say is he was a freed slave from the Choctaws. Well, he would be listed as a freedman, and they didn't even list those people like that until as freedmen until they got to Oklahoma. But he desired to remain on his land, like sacred land, like Old Boy said, and he became a United States citizen, which is an African, right? Claiming to be a United States citizen, the way they worded here was claiming that you're an African. Or, that's what they going to claim you as. They're not going to put the word African. They didn't put the word African down on here. They put the word slave. But for the most part, they started counting you as a slave or head of household, or everybody that was in your house is a slave. Oh, okay. Well, you want to remain on land? Well, cool. We'll count you, and then we'll put these little tick marks. Don't worry about those. Don't worry about what we're tick marking over here. We're just calling you all slaves on paper because we need to inflate this number that you were all slaves for some reason. Right? We moved to the Choctaw area. We know that they're playing games about the Siberian. I'm not even giving that credit. The Siberian was not there, right? We moved into the Mississippi area where the Indians who are black were, right? And then we start to do some removal, as some people played the game, some people wouldn't. So we started to say, y'all need to get the hell up out of here then. And then some of them decided to get up out of here. Some of them said, nigga, I'm not leaving a goddamn place. And the white folks wasn't going to make them leave, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't have the might to do it. So what did they do? They made a treaty. And they said, hey, look, black folks, if you can take up yourself to Oklahoma, we'll give you some land up there, okay? We're going to make it good for you. We're going to give you a little bread on the side. We just try to do something over here, okay? And some of the people, like my folks, I guess, kind of, whatever their reasons was, they left. But let me show you one of those reasons. One of those reasons could be because of this. Let me show you this. Let me see, what did I save that up on the War Horse? I think I saved it up on the... No. Identity theft.
One of the beginnings of...
No. Hold up.
5 million acres of land. And it was people that looked like me. What Andrew Jackson did was he appointed some Europeans. I want you to know how I'm here, brother. My grandfathers were a generation of chiefs. I come from a line of chiefs. I'm from a royal family of chiefs. What the Europeans did was took my people, took the women and the children, and some European that Andrew Jackson was friends with, appointed them as chiefs. Left the original chiefs back here. Took the white chief that he appointed, which into Oklahoma is, as you know today, as Indian Territory. Indian Territory was set up by mixed breeds.
Let me show you this. We're going to go to my family. This is a personal story. Ancestors gave it to me for a reason, along with these other stories that's in my tree. Because they knew I'd figure this shit out, as well as some of y'all. I ain't the only one figuring this shit out. Excuse me. I felt that one coming for the last several minutes. So we're going to look at these people. Thomas Love and Imahota Love. And then out of that union, from famous Indians who are listed in the newspapers and stuff today, from Ali Kuhio Hash, that's why, for those who don't know, that's where I'll be putting the name. My name Samuel Ali Kuhio Hash, or Hali Kuhio Hash, a H instead of an A. And a French woman, had a mulatto child, or really as black as she was. I'll show y'all real quick how black she was. That French person probably wasn't a mulatto. But this is her. Let me pull this up. Man, somebody's really enhanced this photograph since I've seen it. The last one was a little bit blurry, but somebody's enhanced it a little bit since I've seen it. But this is Imahota Love, okay? And she was brought here to Oklahoma. Now, her husband is said to be the Thomas Love guy. This guy right here. There's no photograph of him because they're playing games. But then you have, because it's like, why is there one of her? But, you know, playing games. But then you have the offspring, one of the offspring of that being put on the freedman roll. Well, she's an Indian. She's black. The Indian comes from her. Mr. Thomas Love comes from Erie land. His dad is from Erie land. So his dad can't be an Indian, and her mom also came from Erie land. His mom also came from Erie land. So he can't be an Indian. So the Indian blood had to come from the side of this person, right? That's the only way they can even be registered as Indians. He's registered as a very prominent Indian. For those who don't know, I'll reveal that in a second, the whole love thing. Okay, I'll reveal that in a second. Let me stay on this. But if you were to go to Thomas Love, GD, let's see, it should pull up pretty easy. And really, it's not this that I want. Thomas, Love, Imahota, and what's the other one? Not Susan. Shit. Let me just do that. Sally. But I don't want this one. I can do it through here, but let me see if I can find the other one because it's just a better visual. Sally, to what we're talking about. Jeannie, Sally, Love, Cobra, Mahota. I may have to pull it out on my MacBook. Nope. Here it is. It is right here. So this is just a better visual. The other ones say the same thing, but it won't give you the visual that I'm trying to give you. Okay, so Thomas Love, right here. Thomas Love supposedly was married to Sally Colbert and Imahota Hash. Okay, and supposedly fathered all of these children. Supposedly. Now, he was too old, according to the top. Thomas Love seems a little too old to be fathering kids in his 70s for some of these kids. One of those being one of my folks. Okay, the Samuel Love. That's on my tree. So it's telling me, hey, he was in his 70s when he supposedly fathered these people. And I was sitting here the whole time like, something happened. He didn't father these children. Either he took these ladies and the children and he gave them a surname, or he took the whole surname. The surname already existed, and he took it and he unalived the man and took the women and whatever. I was like, there was something that happened. And when you come here, and one thing you'll find is he was very prominent. He, let's see, he led a quite existing. So he assisted in making the Creek-Chickasaw boundary in 1796. Another countryman, John McIntosh was a very big so-called slave owner or whatever, you know, one of them Masons, basically, and his homeboys. His estate, whatever, in 1830, whatever. It says Thomas Love, he also like worked with the government somewhere, it said up here. Thomas Love had 2 wives, 1820, prosperous community, but they ended up being very rich, and we're going to show it, and super rich. Still, whole family rich today, except us. It might have been on a different one because he has a lot of information. I got a whole book about the whole Love family. But so let's get back to this before I lose y'all's attention span. This is why did it go away? Why would it go away? I just had it up. That was whack. Hold on. Warhorse. No, that's not where it is. Come on now. Is it this one?
One of the beginning.
No. Dude, man, why did it go away? Hold on, y'all. Deep, Shatta, slave brands, Spaniards, Cowboys, Giants, reclassification. It was not in here. No. Completion, early exploration. I just made all these little categories. I'm gonna be teaching y'all for real. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of live streams. So if you're not already following your boy, follow your boy. I'm gonna be doing a lot of these, giving out hella game. Dude, why did it go away? Here it is. Warhorse took our folks. Okay. So what
Acres of land. My grandfathers were generational. Europeans did was took my people, took the women and the children.
He took the women and the children. Now, this is Chief Warhorse Shatta Nation. And for those who don't realize the gravity of her, she has recognition by
So what's happened?
the governor, or not the governor, the mayor down in Slidell, Louisiana. I'm going to show you. That's her talking. And then this is the mayor talking right here.
And what he did, and proclaim this day in his honor. Yes. So every time I pause, I need y'all to say whereas. Yes. All right. So I'll start us off. Whereas what is now St. Tammany Parish is home to the descendants of the Muskegon-speaking mound builders, the Chatta and the Chafunk, also known as the Chatta Creek.
And this is important. I'm going to let this play a little bit because it's going to mention that same 1830 Dancing Rabbit Treaty of Removal that we're talking about right here. Okay? See how it all come together? But let them keep going. And this is a mayor, or whatever the hell he is, in Slidell County utilizing that as validation, along with the Treaty of Spain that she had, in order to validate that, yes, these are the real original Choctaw Indians before they ever got the name Choctaw and moved to Oklahoma. But listen.
And whereas the Chatta encountered Europeans from Spain, France, Britain, and others, beginning in the 1500s, and formed mixed alliances during...
I didn't even know I could see something like this. It says, Aura Rita muted somebody. Was somebody going ham? I don't even be looking down, my bad. I'm glad you putting foot to ass down there, Aura. I didn't even see what's going on. I'm sorry I missed what y'all got going on. What's up, C3 Mommy? I just seen you. But sorry I missed you, what y'all got going on. And I appreciate the moderators doing their thing. Thank you.
Conflicts between those nations in what has been named French Louisiana, Spanish Florida, British West Florida, and now the United States. And whereas in 1732, a French surveyor named Regis du Roulet mapped their villages and refers to the head of the Chatta Nation at Bonfouca, and whereas St. Tammany is one of 8 parishes east of the Mississippi River that were not part of the Louisiana Purchase and are still referred to as the West Florida parishes, and whereas
This is a lot of references for those who've been around for a while. Remember, we were talking about East and West Florida, right? He mentioned West Florida. He said Louisiana was still considered certain areas of West Florida. Exactly.
Fort Bonfouca is an ancient place in St. Tammany Parish where the Chatta have continually lived
and are protected under Article 14.
Oh yeah, the chatter. I'm just not seeing what you talking about in C3. Yeah. That's the look. That goes to show that they always have a problem pronouncing everything that we do, like all the changing of the words and names and stuff. Sometimes it's purposeful. Sometimes these fools can't pronounce the shit. It's simple, you know what I'm saying? Which is pretty damn sad. It's like Shata, but that's also how you know we just different people on a different frequency too. Like they just can't pronounce stuff the way we pronounce it. We too smooth with it.
Of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty and
he just said the Dancing Rabbit Treaty right there for
still
those
referred to as the West Florida parishes, and whereas historic Montfouca is an ancient place in St. Tammany Parish where the Chatta have continually lived and are protected under Article 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. And
so I didn't know, like when he said that they were protected under the Article 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty, that's why I'm gonna stop it there. That's why I pulled up the Dancing Rabbit Treaty earlier in Article 14, right? And it says any Choctaw head of household. And then when we go to Mr. Paul Tillman Willis in 1840, what was he listed as? A head of household, right? And he was in Choctaw area prior to the 1830, I'm sure. Now they may not, I wonder if they don't have any records that I've seen from him prior to that, but it's not that he just moved down there. Some black dude got free, moved down there, bought a whole slew of land, and somehow came up with 28 slaves, some of them also being white folks, within the span of just, a little bit of time. And it couldn't have been that long if he came, because 1817 is when it became a state or whatever it was. And westward expansion didn't happen until 1803 for the Louisiana Purchase. So all of that ain't enough time for this nigga to somehow become a freed slave, to amass an amount of money to not only buy a whole plantation, plus buy 28 motherfucking people. That don't make no goddamn sense. You know what I'm saying? That's just too much. But what does make sense, especially when you look at 1840 and 1850, where they now started to call him a slave owner and not a head of household. He's still listed as head of household, but just on a different form. But all the people listed up under him, which are now listed as slaves. Now, all of these people, look at these ages. Now, this is 1850. These people were likely born. I bet if I was to, they didn't list a place of birth or whatever after this. So I would have to go to the I would have to follow these people, which I probably could on one. Follow these people to the 1870, 20 years after this. Look at their ages and place of birth. See if their place of birth says Alabama. If their place of birth says Alabama, putting them 40 years ago in the Alabama territory, right? Which was Choctaw territory, right? For those who didn't see the map. There's a lot of things you got to put together. You know what I'm saying? Seminole. Let me get out of here. Go. Back. Hell. Search Seminole right there, right here. Okay. So for those who didn't see this map, this was the area. So what you're saying, when I was telling people, if you can tie your family members back to the 1800s in this area or these areas or those areas, right? Anything but those colonies, and those colonies still have a similar thing. It's just a little bit, and they probably, and really, they just have to tie a little bit further back just to appease the whole slavery thing. But even then, you only got to tie yourself back to past 1715. If you want to completely over there in the colonies, at least, you got to over here. You just got to tie yourself back past the Louisiana Purchase, because they wasn't here to count you as a slave. So then the only explanation to why you're over here is you was a slave of an Indian. But I've showed people, like in this book right here on page 140, where my family members listed on that page, that even in 1750, according to this book, between 1750 and 1799, they say that, hey, the total number of Negroes in this area was, it says, by the time of removal, 1830, we're talking about removal, So between 1850 and 1750 and 1830, the tribe's Negro population number maybe about 1,000. Maybe about 1,000 niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait a minute. That doesn't make up the vast number of people. So we would just need to tie back more than 1,000 people to Alabama pre-1803-ish to be able to trump that lie. And that's not hard. You know what I'm saying? We got millions of us. So what book was that? I'll show you. I had to buy it, but it's called The Chickasaws by Arnell Gibson. You can get a screenshot of it as I roll up this gas. Can you show that book again? There you go. Then the glows. And that book is filled with propaganda. Filled with lies and propaganda. My family member name is listed in there, though. That Thomas Love I was talking about, I'm going to show you. That Thomas Love I was telling y'all about, he's in this book. I also have a book where I can show you where, now this is a modern day book. This ain't no old book, but I got an old book where I can show you my Halikohio Hash ancestor in. Let me see if I can find that too. I should be able to find that pretty easy, actually. So that's the book. Had to roll me another one. All right. Same page about the Negroes. Thomas Love. Right there. Okay. West Florida. All right. We talk about the same things. Didn't that mayor say West Florida? He talked about the removal. Ain't this talking about the removal? They're trying to make up their story about it. It's a bunch of bullshit. McIntosh. You see McIntosh right there? What they talking about? Or didn't that genealogy thing website say McIntosh? Everything I'm pulling up connects. Everything I'm pulling up for you gonna connect multiple different ways, right? So you got this book, right? And then you do, the funny thing is, for those who haven't seen it, in this book, you got a lot of fake Indians listed. Those little Indian groups. The main thing I want to show you, though, there's your Indian, too, looking like Rockefeller. Look at that castle right there. Yeah. Anyways, Old World Castle. You got all these fakes in here, right? The only people that you got these other ones in here. The only people that you have signing up for the Dawes Rose Commission and you have proof with an actual photograph proving that they're Indians signing up to be Indians are black folks, which they labeled freemen, right? But they're the only ones signing up. And think about how important the Dawes Rose is. If you can't trace your family member on the Dawes Rose, you're not supposed to be part of any one of those tribes over there in Oklahoma. But they don't have not one photograph of people like him signing up. They only got these whimsical looking, headshots and portraits of these folks as if they was stunting like that on the Indians or something. Look at that. Look how he got the whole zesty legs crossed. This is who they want y'all to think. Now, none of these people have proof of signing up. That's just ridiculous right there. None of these people have proof of signing up for the Dawes Rose in visual proof. But we do. We do. Okay? I just want that to be known. Okay? Next thing I was going to show y'all... Thomas Love. My family member in another book. So my people are pretty damn famous, and they're also in modern day newspapers. Halikohio Hash. And the history of the Indians, the history of the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Natchez Indians. I think this book came out in fucking the late 1800s or something. I think it's by forget. Let's do this. So you can see for real. I'm about to say, is it H.B. Cushman? That ain't the same book. I hate when that happens. But yeah, it was H.B. Cushman, 1899. So in 1899, there's a story of my ancestor who is on my tree. So y'all can see and remember. Like I said, when I got on this tree, somebody had already spelled it with an A. So that's why sometimes I went with the whole A thing. But really, the oldest document I found is with an H. But I found, and I'll show you the name in the modern day. I'm gonna show you. That shouldn't take but a second to show you in like a modern day publication. Yeah, because I already had this thing pulled up. Let me click on, which one is it? This one right here. The Chickasaw Times. Now, we're talking about the same family members. This is in 2018 of September. Okay. Let's do a Control F, hash. See how they spelled it with an A? Brandy Hurtado is the maternal descendant of Maddie Hardwick, the original enrollee of the Dawes Rolls. Again, if you ain't got no proof of being at that motherfucking Dawes Rolls, then you ain't, not that you're not an Indian, I'm sorry. In Oklahoma, if you wasn't black and you was one of these Siberians and these white folks claiming to be one of these, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to go on at them. There's black people that can be Indians and not be on these rolls, like the people who decided to stay in the area and become citizens and claim to be basically Africans, like old boy was saying. And next thing you know, they're no longer Indians in a sense, but they're still Indians. They just don't have paperwork because they didn't have a role that they signed, or not signed, but, was put on. But it says, she is the maternal descendant of French Nancy, the mother of Homa Hota Love and Ali Kohio Hodge. That's 3 people. Let's go back to my tree. So there's Haliko Hill Hodge, there's French Nancy, and there's Homa Hota. Okay. Then we go back to this story. Haliko Hill Hodge was a Chickasaw warrior. Okay. The hummingbird is what that name means, the hummingbird. Captured a little French girl, French Nancy, who was 5 years of age. And he was pretty young himself, 19 or something like that. Named French Nancy. The chivalric young warrior spared the child and captivated her by her wonderful beauty there, and then resolved in the coming future to make a pale-faced maiden his wife. So she technically was supposed to be a pale-faced maiden. And he wasn't. I'm pretty sure the way that they explain it makes it seem like he was captivated by a 5-year-old's beauty, but they leaving out parts of the story right here. So what it was is they say there was a fight against the, I don't have the actual thing here, but there was a fight against the French warriors. The French sent 400 people up there. We unalived 380 of them. 20 of them took off running, and they left the 5-year-old girl behind. He took the 5-year-old girl, spared her life, brought her back to the tribe, allowed her to grow up under the Choctaw, or Chickasaw, I'm sorry. Pretty much same thing. But basically grew up under the Chickasaws, under, I think it's like one of his like aunts or something or whatever. Like one of the women in the tribe basically reared her up. And by the time she became of age, he thought that she was just beautiful or whatever and decided to make her his wife. So that's where that whole union comes from. And you can see the name down there, French Nancy. They call her French Nancy because she came from France, because it was the French army that left her ass. And so they would call her, that's French Nancy. And I sat there, when I sat there at first, I was like, that's kind of weird. But then I sat there for a moment. I said, niggas would do that, man. That's that nigga, that's French Nancy right there. You know what I'm saying? And what's funny is, though, that naming convention carries over to other things. You see Scott Rooster? Well, Scott means you were a Scot, a Scotland person from Scotland, not Scottish. Scottish would mean you had some white in you. But this person's name was Scott Rooster. But him and his family are listed as full bloods. 3/4 bloods, some of them full bloods. Looks like the Roosters, well, not even the person Melly Scott is a full blood. So how can you be a Scott with full blood Indian? Well, that's still, I don't know if it's the same, but with him it's kind of iffy. But I've seen that Scott on other things, and typically that would denote a Scott person. So, but not, I don't know how, like, why is it there under here? I don't know, but for French Nancy, for sure, that's why they named her the French Nancy. She got with Ali Kohia. She had this union. And then again, we'll get back to what they said. They were taking the women and the children, right? And so Thomas Love was too old to be fathering kids. Well, that's because he likely took the women and the children and went to Oklahoma. Now, what happened after that? Well, the Love family, and some of y'all already know. One of those people is Judy Love. She, I think, recently unalived in 2024. But Judy Love, which is the Loves, right? I'm a Love and she's a Love. My last name ain't no longer Love, but it is listed in our, and I'll show you, it's listed on our family reunions and shit. They're worth $13 billion. What do they own? Love's Travel Stops. For those who don't know what Love's Travel Stops is, you probably do, now that I done said it. But some of y'all may not, because they're not in every single state. Love's Travel Stops are these. Okay? Now, why is that? Why is this important? Because they're oil and gas tycoons now. Why is that important? Well, what are the whoops, hold on. And I don't know what this is off top. I don't know if it's going to be one of the top, but I feel like it is. If not, it's still big for it, but we're going to see. What are some of the top states for oil and natural gas? Oklahoma isn't listed, but it's up there. Texas is the leading state, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, Virginia, New Mexico. I didn't know Louisiana ranked up there. And let me just see if that top 6 oil producing states, and they're talking about oil. Mexico, Dakota, Colorado, Alaska, Oklahoma. Oklahoma's up there. I knew it had to be like in that category. Okay. Because it is pretty big for it. They was doing a bunch of fracking, causing earthquakes like crazy when I was there, when I lived there. That's where I'm from. That's all I gotta say. What's up, Meta? I didn't see that. All I gotta say, Panola, Texas. But they must be big on oil and gas then too. My family been fighting for land in Texas for centuries. Look, and Texas is one of the big for gas too. And you do have a lot of that going on. Right? And so it's no coincidence. Let me show you this too. Love County, Oklahoma Love County was named after the Love family. They had the whole county. You see that red zone? You see it say Chickasaw Nation? How much of Chickasaw Nation did they get? Let me show you a map. Oklahoma Indian Territory map. I don't just say things, we show things, right? Whoops, wrong thing. Images. Right there. Love County is damn near half of the Chickasaw Nation. Well, ain't that funny? Do you know who mapped out this Chickasaw Nation zone? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny for those who can remember. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Where is that? Who mapped that out? He assisted in marking out the Creek and Chickasaw boundaries in 1796. Notice, I'm just realizing that. Notice he marked the boundaries in 1796. Now, is that in Oklahoma? Pre-removal, almost getting people prepped for the eventual removal, right? Mr. Thomas Love was having a big hand in that. And is that funny that he gave, I don't know if he gave himself half of that shit or not, but giving yourself big swaths of land, along with now they have the biggest casino in the world damn near in there, right? Along with doing that, you now have access to all of the oil and natural gas that's on this land. You know why that's important? You know who else came up on oil and natural gas? Whoops. Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, thrived due to the wealth generated by the what? By the oil industry. Meta said that's your people, Black Wall Street. Tulsa, my people, Oklahoma City, or yeah, definitely Oklahoma. That's what's up. Crew out, that's your hometown, you Oklahoman? I didn't know I had so many Oklahomans up in here that's supporting. I didn't know that. Tried to give us the worst land, but oil popped up. See, and they must have known where some of it was, because it's no coincidence that Thomas Love got all that land, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, you did say PC North. Now that you say that, I do remember going back and forth. I'm sorry. Yeah, because my ex-wife went to PC North. And my old best friend went to PC North. I came out 2001. They probably came out 2002-ish. Born and raised here in Oklahoma. Goddess Butterfly, what? You still in Oklahoma? That's what's up. Who else from Oklahoma up in here? Oil companies have been running from paying out to families for 40 plus years as well. And you know what? Dave Tulsa, descendant, full blood Mountain Bitters. Oh, now that's dope. Me. Got another Oklahoman in here, Naughty Lady. That's what's up. Got all these Oklahomans on here. Oklahoma 2010. I'm in Houston now. That's what's up. I'm in Dallas now. See, we done made a little moves, but we still got some Oklahomans in here that's still from the spot. That's what's up. So, look, this is what was going on. So it's not a coincidence if they're having an oil boom and they had access to drills and things of that nature, then Mr. Thomas Love likely had their little oil boom, right? It didn't just so happen, because they end up owning all of these Love's travel stops and becoming worth $13 billion off of and why is that important? Because he took the women and the children, right? They took the women and the children from Mississippi and Louisiana area after the removal up there, claimed to be Indian, right? How could he claim to be Indian? You can either do it one of two ways, in my opinion. If you come here and you're not married to one, then you got to get married to one, right? But that still doesn't make you an Indian. Your descendants are Indians. But in a sense, back in the day, they would say in the newspapers, and let's go through that. Let's go through the intermarriage newspapers. Intermarriage. Oops. We'll leave it at that, because that's all of them right here. They were very interested in marrying Indians, which, were black folks. But look at 1792, right? In the National Gazette, they said, hey, it has been suggested that the best method to facilitate the civilization of the Indians and attach them to the United States would be to encourage the intermarriages of whites with them. Okay? 1792. Now, was that just a random thing? Well, no, they kept talking about it. 1816, okay. When every effort to introduce amongst them, the Indian savages, my bad, ideas of exclusive property in things real as well as things personal, shall fail, let intermarriages between them and the whites be encouraged by the government. Oh, not just as being encouraged by the newspapers, it's being encouraged by the government. Okay? Now, this is well before removal, but around the time of removal. This is 1816. They said Mr. Thomas Love was tracing lands around, 1796? So he was tracing lands during early time. And Thomas Love supposedly got with Sally. Excuse me. Gassed up. Got with Sally around 1782, or he took Sally around 1782, and he took or got with Imahota 1791. Married to them both. You know, he was in less than 10 years. Look at that, in less than 10 years. And when did these children? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they stopped. They don't even have a year from here. And I was just making sure that it wasn't a chronological order and some kids wasn't born overlapping. So think about this. In 10 years, 9 years, they just had a kid damn near every year is what they want you to believe. And then down here, he just kept going with like a wild stallion in his 70s. Again, up here, for those who didn't see, shows that he's too old to be having kids with some of these folks. Okay, for those kids, it seemed a little too old to be out there wild styling it, you know? But here he is, supposedly being the father to these kids, right? Around the time of the removal, around the time where they're being encouraged to either intermarry. And like I said, there's one thing or two ways to be part of this tribe. You can either intermarry in and they'll call you that, or you can intermarry, or you can unalive the men and take the women and the children, assume his identity as a love, and your name was maybe Schlotskenberg, right? Your name was Schlotskenberg or some shit, and you know, no hate, but now all of a sudden it's Thomas Love, right? And they want you to believe that name is an English name that came from England and Ireland, and he assumed that as well, right? Because there could be many reasons for that. I believe these surnames had been here. We have people with surnames with full bloods listed with these surnames. Like the last name Dunn is listed with full-blooded Indians with the last name Dunn. Dunn denotes a brown-complected person. It's in the dictionary. Well, I don't want to go through all that because I'll get way off. I'll start pulling that shit up. But this is what you got. So this is 1816, but they kept going. Even in 1900. Let's read this. Now this is because prior to this, I had many others in between. So between 1800s, 1900, all the way up until here, I got like 20 other ones. Okay. So they was encouraging. Hey, get you an Indian, get you an Indian, right? So here we go. 1900. This is like the result of that. It says, hey, that the Indian, I'm going to read it and then I'm going to try to find the second part, because the second part is not going to be like right afterwards here because I'm in the search, but I'm going to pull it up so we can read that side. But it says, the Indian race is about done, for there is no doubt. It all came about by intermarriage with the whites. For the most part, white men were responsible for it, because they have married Indian women more than Indian men have wedded white women. Let me start saying that for the In the first place, the Indian women have quite a fortune. The Indian women have quite a fortune. Notice that. They're going to say why. Why do the Indian women got quite a fortune? Why they been trying to intermarry with these Indian women who has quite a fortune? But let's keep going. And that has attracted some YT men to them. Well, it tells you straight flat out. They knew, right? While the Indian men are notoriously unkind to their wives and can seldom get an Indian woman to marry them willingly. Okay? It says, in accordance with the general rule of the Indian Department, any YT man who marries an Indian woman, see where we're going? Now let me find the second half because it's amazing. It's really going to blow the lid. Showing photos. Okay, right here. So, any YT man who marries an Indian woman is entitled to share in the funds of the tribe, just the same as the woman herself. Their children are also allowed their equal share with the mother. Had to take a little puff of gas on that one. Nearly every woman, listen to this now, listen to this. Nearly every woman has money deposited with the United States for land sold many years ago. That's why they got money. Not some rations like the Siberians get today, who are just living off of welfare and bullshit and really our tax dollars. We were getting money from land sold. A proposition, a sale, okay? Not a proposition. Purchase. Whatever. So they had a reason for wanting to come marry the women. Okay, let's keep going. For deposited in land sold many years ago, which brings in a certain income. Some of the richest men in the West are those who have married Indian wives with an S and have a large family of children. Well, ain't that kind of funny? You know? Mr. Tommy Love seemed to grab a couple of them and a large amount of children. One would say that's a large amount of children, right? Well, and two women who have money deposited every month by the United States land. You know what I'm saying? Let me give me a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get in where I can fit in as a YT escapee from the war because his dad was unalived in a war and he had to take off running like a little bitch. Okay? It says it down here. I'm going to show you. Thomas Love was a refugee Tory from Virginia who settled amongst the Chickasaws in 1702 after his father, William Bill English, had been unalived. Thomas said he took off through a briar patch and made his escape, living his life-saving escape. Like I said, you took off running like a little old biznitch, okay, and came to the Chickasaw area where you could be embraced and saved, and you conspired to grab you a couple females, right? And we know you didn't really have these children. You know what I'm saying? We know that didn't happen. We know what really happened is, you know, what Chief Warhurst said. Let me finish this. We'll go back to what Chief Warhurst said here in a second. But it says, hey, some of the richest men in the West are those who have married Indian wives. And guess who, real quick, as I keep doing these little sidebars, guess who still is some of the richest people in the West? Yeah, they still the richest people in the West. Forbes lists richest people in the West. You know what I'm saying? Where'd the melanin go? I don't know. She looked like a ghost. But anyways, let me get on over here. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. Okay, so the Chiefs all try to win a YT bride, as it is considered a mark of distinction. The government encourages the marriage of YT men to the Indian women as a true way to civilize the Redskins. Listen to that. Now that's the mark. That's what they're telling you. Hey, look, I'm just marrying this redskin lady because they need to be civilized. Now, mind you, I'm trying to get access to that land over there so I can drill up and get that oil. Okay, and get a little bit of that little inheritance money they got coming in. In fact, I'm going to take her inheritance money. I'm going to take both their inheritance money, right? And I'm going to take that along with this free land that I just allotted myself through, mapping out the Chickasaw territory, in cahoots, right? And I'm going to take that money. I'm going to go buy me a bunch of these here drills, you see? Yeah. I'm going to bring my broke motherfucking just left the war because my dad got killed and I was scared and I couldn't fight and try to fight for the cause, so I just took off running like a little old business. And I came over here, got me a couple women. I'm gonna take the money they got because I obviously ain't got no money. My dad was killed, right? And the Chickasaws probably ain't paying me no money. I ain't got no goddamn skills. I took off running like a little old business, right? So I'm gonna come in here. Yeah, I know I gotta love how I throw all these extras on there, but I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna grab a couple of these females and I'm gonna take their money and go purchase me some of them drills. You see? Yeah. And when I get the drilling, I'm gonna get this oil and gas, and I'm gonna do what I do, right? And I'm gonna become one of the richest people in the West. And it says here, some of the 5 civilized tribes are controlled by those who have married Indian women. Well, not some, all. And I can show y'all something here too that proves that. The Chickasaws are very much opposed to white. I got to do a whole documentary about intermarriage with the Indians. The Chickasaws are very much opposed to the white men marrying into their tribe, but none of the other tribes are. Boston script. So we were still opposed to it, and they were Chickasaws. Let me pull it up. Thomas Love and these people are Chickasaws because my ancestor is listed as a Chickasaw Nation freedman from the union of those two, which makes no sense because it's like, well, wait a minute. Where did the black part come from, right? Think about it. You got to think. Judy Love looks like this. Right? Well, what did Thomas Love look like? Well, they don't have a picture of him. But if we go by his ancestry, his dad was Ireland. His mom was Ireland. Fresh off the boats. Okay? In fact, Mr. William Love has papers of coming over here for the war. Let me see if they're still in here. Look, man, people been removing stuff. I should have saved stuff. I'm going to have to go through and save stuff. And I just resubscribed. At one point, I'm going to just have to go through it because it was like all these war documents were here. This is going to make me look like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But yeah, all the war documents was here. I don't know what the hell. Oh, now I got to upgrade to all access to Search Fold 3 and newspapers.com. It might have been here because it's a Fold 3 document and they playing games trying to get you to resubscribe or subscribe to the higher package. I don't know, man. They playing games. But long story short, when I first came in this bitch, the nigga had his papers listed here from the army that he signed up for the Revolutionary War coming here from Ireland. So I knew he was fresh off the boat coming here specifically for the war, okay? And apparently, again, his son is unalive. And that's if that story is true. And, I don't even get to my speculation on that. But so he would have to be a YT man. Very, very, very YT. And I say that because Judy Love is YT. And when you look up founder of the Love's Travel Stops, it's Thomas Love. Thomas Love is connected to Overton Love Dawes record. I found it before, so I believe I can easily find it again, to be honest with you. Oh, there it goes. Is this Overton Loves? I see him listed there, but he's listed as the father of somebody. He has his own as well. Notice he's listed on the rolls as a normal Chickasaw, right? Mr. Overton Love, who I don't think we won't have a photo of. I don't think that's him. Overton Love impacts history. Let me see. I don't think this is him. No, I've never seen a photograph of Overton. Most of the residents of Love County are aware of Love County, and they're talking about Love County. He was born in Mississippi, 1833. Love settled in 1906 in Oklahoma. He was referred to one of the greatest living Chickasaws. So we know we're talking about the right one. The Loves were a large extended family, and he and his brothers played an important part, if not early part, of the Chickasaw Nation. Overton's Dawes Roll enrollment. Okay, what was I saying? Approved in 1902. Started his post office was Marietta I.T. Perkins County, whatever. He was 1/8 Chickasaw at the time, so he was about 4 generations. So think about this. He's about 3 to 4 generations off from a Thomas Love. But yet my person is listed as a freedman who's a direct descendant of a union between an Indian and a YT man. So how did he get black? How did they look at him and say, hey, you look like a freedman? How did that happen? Well, it happened because, as I showed y'all, what did Imahota look like? Well, we got a photo of Imahota for those who haven't seen it. What does she look like? And let me save this photo before somebody done colorized it. Wow, I gotta check in the family who's doing this. Somebody done colorized it. It was not like that before. Yo, because I ended up talking to people who uploaded this first one. Okay, this is submitted by somebody named B222, whatever. That's somebody different because Cheryl DePearl right here. You see that name? It'll tell you who submitted the photo. I ended up contacting Cheryl DePearl about this photograph, and now me and her have conferred about this a lot. Me, her, and her sister, and I met her sister in real life, and we've gone over things. We need to meet up again. But this is somebody new, and I need to contact them. They've done colorized it. Yo. Let me save this shit. Hold on. Let me open this shit up. That's crazy. Yo. And yeah, they kind of guessing on the color. They tried to lighten her up some. She darker than that, in my opinion. Don't be playing games with me. But she was technically a mulatto. Technically, she... Hold on. Save everything. Save. You see this, Nikki? Yeah, Nikki, because you knew about that. Right, yeah, you knew about Sally. And we didn't know if it was Sally or Imahota, but somebody in the hair change. Yeah, you see how they did that? I don't know if they playing games or not. Might be playing games. Now, don't get me wrong. Our hair can look like that. We can straighten it out. But they might be trying to play games a little bit at the same time. I'm going to contact who uploaded this and see what was they thinking. But she also was a French mixed with an Indian, right? So she technically would be a mulatto from the Indian mixed with black union. But this still looks very much like our folks to me. Save. I don't have an option to save? Hold on, man. Let me just screenshot this shit. Y'all ain't finna play with me. Play games with me, nigga. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on, let me look at the old one. Let's look at the old one. The old one pre-enhancement, which is always great. I almost feel like they tried to make the lips a little smaller too, you know? But I could be tripping. She look Indian, right? She do. And I like looking at the old one because I know I'm looking at that real. But I ain't gonna lie, that color one is dope. I ain't gonna lie. It's either way, her the union between her and my my person became a freedman. So we know that there's black there. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, how they did that. Better not be. It still looks like one of us either way. You know what I'm saying? They try. I don't know. I don't want to say they trying to play games. Let me see if I can see they tree. Let me see. Photo was uploaded by B22, 22250. He may not. That may look like one of us. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if his tree is public. I'm gonna message him. 60 plus years old. Family trees. Love family tree. Smith family tree. Let's look at his love family tree. Hey, nah, they may not be playing games. Most of the people on his tree, and that's his name up there, B22 with the 222 whatever. Most of the people are our folks. When your tree looking like this, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, just Jim Love. So it would have to be up here. Yep, Jim Love is my great grandmother's brother, which attaches to Love. That's William Love, Samuel William Love, and there goes your Imahota. And they be putting Stephen Christian. It's really Thomas. That's a whole and really I don't know. They keep putting the Stephen Christian, but that's what keeps popping up. Somebody put that one day in what you call it. But as we see, Imahota was mostly just married to what you call it, unless she got with a Stephen Christian Love later, or Stephen Christian later, and he was black and had a union, and it doesn't show that, but it shows Samuel Love, William Love's card says, I want to say it says Samuel on that bitch, or online it says Samuel or something. Now that says Bill. Let me go over here. I think it was William Samuel Love that I saw on that genealogy shit. Damn it. I got all these tabs open. I done lost my goddamn spot. Right here. You have a Samuel Love. There's also a William Love, which is a little confusion when you come here and you go out. As you can see, Samuel Love is listed up under William Love, up under this same thing. As he has him down as William Love too. So it's either Samuel or William. Then this is his tree. Let's go back to my tree. He has him listed as William. Over here, we have him listed as Mr. William Samuel Love. But either way, they definitely connect. Both names are over there. Samuel Love, yeah, and that's what you have him down as. There was two Samuels. Yeah, there was two of them. One of them, I believe, was above for Sally. Oops. Samuel here, and then you have I thought there was a second Samuel up there, but no, it's just that. I guess it was just that one. I think Samuel, William, Benjamin, Isaac, Sloan, Nikki, I think might be connected, or Shata, she might be connected to Sloan also. And some of these folks. So not only do we have people in here connected to these folks that are black liquorship art folks, we have people like me, people who connect, my folks, you know what I'm saying? And Nikki is connected to Sloan right here, and I'm connected down here. So no matter which one of these folks or women you want to go with, they still connecting to black folks, you know what I'm saying? And they offspring, and one thing they want to tell you, well, they just started mixing. I'm tired of that story. You know what I'm saying? People always just want to be, as if black and white folks was just been mixing forever. We don't really mix like that a ton now. Yeah, you got a bunch of little mixes here and there, but when you look at the like even back then, I'll dispel that with just one thing. The total number of mulattoes that was counted on the census form. This is how we know, okay? So under your slave and free, you have blacks and mulattoes. Under the totals, there was 3.2 million black folks. There was only 405,000 so-called mulattoes. And they would even also, they also had a section on one of them. They count the quadroons and octoroons in there with them. But if everybody was just mixing and all black people had some kind of European graping in them, well, that number and this is 1850, fresh during slavery times. That would mean that most of these people would be looked at as mulatto, but they're not. They looked at as black folks. So that whole thing about that, you know what I'm saying, is one of the easiest lies to debunk with just this one document. So that's your grandpa Robert Love? What? Hold on, where was Robert Love on that tree? Oh, up there under Imahota. So you connected to Imahota. Yo, what's up? It said Nico DeFetti. What's happening, fam? Ituamingo also. Yeah, Ituamount. I'm just saying. I keep saying I say that wrong. Mingo, connected to Sloan also. So notice how many just in this one room alone, just in this one live stream alone, we got several people connecting to these people who look black. Ain't nobody white came up and be like, "That's my fault." You know what I'm saying? But it's probably ain't too many of them in here. We had a few. If they still around, hopefully they ain't too, disturbed by the information. But it's just facts, proof. I'm just reading, newspapers and books and trees and documents and shit. That's all we doing over here. We ain't telling no lies. You feel me? Nobody cares about Hebrew. I don't know what you mean by that. Love this. We got to start making connections for real. Definitely. All the loves I know are black. Like when I get, look, you know what? I'm gonna think about it now. When I finally do a documentary about the loves, I promise you I'm about to do this Geechee documentary. It's about like I'm going through my last little bits, and I'm going like right now. That's why I'm doing my. I'm literally spending tons of time, going through all of my receipts and organizing them, in what you call it, organizing them, into albums, so that way. I'm gonna need to plug this in. All of the Geechee, I got 158 items in here, things, receipts that I got, as well as get ready for all the other things. Look, I'm gonna do a whole series. I have an idea of doing a whole series that goes into the 1500, 1600, 17, 18, 19, and then ancient. Basically, a docu-series that's gonna start. Each one will be about an hour and a half long, and each one is going to focus on each century, and then also talk about ancient America, because I didn't want to tie in the ancient shit into that shit, you know what I'm saying, and get people all confused. I want you to have this chronological order of history, like this whole trilogy of goddamn motherfucker. Like, I want you to be able to sit folks in front of this and be like, all right, all that history you know about, that's bullshit. Just watch these right here, you'll be good. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so that's needed for real. Let me see the Geechee stuff. Oh, there's tons of that. There's a lot of Geechee stuff. People who created Geechee, newspaper clippings. Where newspaper clippings with the word Gullah, the newspaper clippings with the word Geechee. The dude that allocated millions of dollars, which is $10 million in grant money started going to people to start spreading these Geechee things, right? And that's who's all these people going around, they getting chipped off likely out of that 10 million. You got to have a little bit of Seminole history in there too, if you're talking about them, because the Geechees moved down to there and became Seminoles, or the Uchis moved down there and became Seminoles, but they call them Geechees. You got all kind of stuff in here, man. Clips, book references. You got to talk about when South Carolina was called Chicora and not South Carolina, so that way you can get back to what the real name of the original indigenous tribes were before they were called Geechees, because that was never called Geechees until about after 1800 is when the whole Geechee one thing starts to be called amongst all these people. But got lab books from Latin, got all kind of little whatever. Got a French Florida map from the French archives, which shows you where Chicora is on the map. It also shows you Charles Fort, which is Charlestown in the future, but it was a fort just before it became a full town in the city. And what is a fort? A fort is something built in order to keep defense, right? So think about YT folks coming on the coast, building a fort and saying, okay, hold this spot. That will be a fort. And start killing Indians and then run back to your fort like a little old bitch and hide behind your fort whenever, it gets a little heated for you. So that's, you got all kind of, and I still ain't done because I still got to go through all of my other receipts and pull them all in here. It's like 158 little receipts in here right now, but that's not even enough. Just for the Geechee. And then I'm gonna be working on many other things. But I forgot why I came over here. My bad, let me go down. Lots of land stolen, yeah. So you cooking, Sam, you appreciate that, all right? Say Gullah Island. Yeah, because Gullah is a word that makes fun of people. It really was making fun of the way they speak and calling them Africans when they wasn't. I'm Geechee Lynn, and yes. Yeah, you'll love all the information. If you haven't seen it, I got a bunch of videos on Geechee right now, which will get you up to speed on that. Please post this on your YouTube. For sure, LC. I got you. Loves travel stops. Okay, yeah, we back there talking about the travel stops. I tried this. Okay. So this is you kind of see the corruption. And then I can show you another thing. Here. Look, let me plug in. So let's look at corruption. So I got a link here. Which one is it? Chickasaw Loves and the Allied Families. Right here. Excuse me. Hopefully this book is still here. I'm going to have to download this book somehow. It's hard because it's listed upon a bunch of other documents. And so if they have 1,300 documents in here, and it's not all 13, it's just a little section of them. So I'd either have to go through one by one, and I really don't want to lose it. There's only a few pages that I really care about, so I probably just need to screenshot those pages. So here we go right here. Chickasaw Loves and the Allied Families. Okay, so this is a genealogical book about the family, starting with Thomas Love by Marie King Garland. Now they gave our names away. I can prove that too. How they stole our surnames. There's gonna be a documentary about. I'm gonna be a documentary making ass motherfucker. I need to first do my first one and get in the swing of it. Then I can be knocking these hoes out. I'm gonna do that though, but I definitely have to do my research. You can't just do things haphazardly. It takes time. You got to make sure you got all the information, lots of clips, see everything. I don't want to half-ass nothing because people will try to call you out. And I was on a live stream this morning while I'm trying to find this. I'm gonna pull up this first page. You got to go through all this bullshit. But I was on a live stream this morning, and they had to. I swear, like when I be cooking and showing too much, a whole live stream would just end. Especially, like if it was a space full of red people, red natives, and Africans. But there was a couple of our people in there too, arguing. And Mumu had just got down from up there. I still got to go forward to the first main page. But Mumu had just got down, and one of the guys was like, got back up there. He's like, yeah, so there really isn't really too many Indian photographs or depictions. Like I have the earliest depiction that you can ever find is this guy. Hold on, something just came into my phone. 8 a.m. Come on now. Hold on, y'all. Oh, I don't cover no goddamn Rowlett, Texas anyway. We don't. Give me a second. Let me do a quick little work. That's annoying. I clearly have a map on my website on our coverage area, and just people just don't give a damn about looking at it, and will just book and be damn near an hour away, 45 minutes away. No, I'm not coming out that way. I'm not sending nobody out that way either. No goddamn Rowlett. And fuck Rowlett cops too. My bad, y'all. Rowlett cops be annoying. All them people. I stay in my Dallas city limits, nigga. Cops in Dallas don't give a goddamn. I'm telling you right now. They out there policing, don't get me wrong, and they probably over police in some areas, but in many areas, you can speed down every highway. You can speed down the street. You can do whatever out here. Like, your whole tag could be missing from your car. Literally no license plate on the back whatsoever. You could be riding down the street and they won't say nothing. At some point they might say something to you, but let me just send a quick text message to this person real fast. But yeah, like now we're close. Now y'all can see too, we're in the book and you see Thomas Love right there. So that's who we're starting with in this book. But there's an important page in this book. And also you see Mahota Love down there, Sloan Love, Samuel Love is down there, Sloan Love is down there. Some of your other loves, pick your love, find your love, right? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I eventually am gonna do a love documentary because I already got more than enough information to do that. And like I want to be able to interview some people from the Love family, like Nikki, and some of my family members, the ones that I told you that put the Sally or Imahota picture up. I'm gonna be interviewing them, and I'm gonna probably try to find some other loves to interview. So that way, because on that one, people have to see the words of Black people, so-called loves, personally on camera, other than just myself. On that one, like it's one thing for me to just throw information out there, but it's another thing for seeing people being like, no, this is my family. And I need a lot of people being like, no, this is my family. This is my family. Hold on. Hi, this is on the Spy Mobile Detail, period. I'm sorry, but we do not cover your location, period. Your deposit has been refunded and appointment canceled, period. All right, done with that. Okay, so Thomas Love, right? Let me pull up one other document. Let me see if I have it on here. I may have to go to my iPad for it. Chickasaw Nation Law. That link don't work no more. Really? I think it was. It did stop working. Oh, shit. 1867 Chickasaw Nation Law Legislature. All right, we got it. Don't never take your boy long. All right, so we got all these love people here. Okay, let's go forward. We're talking about the Mississippi area, right? Before they moved to Oklahoma. Go forward. Phone going off over here. Damn. Okay. So here, first main page about Thomas Love. We're finally getting started, right? And it says, hey, a prominent Chickasaw Indian family that early acquired an English surname by reason of intermarriage is one that traces his name back to Thomas Love, the loyalist in Mississippi. It says, hey, now this is where we're going to make some connections. Among the traders listed in records of the British Colonial Office at London in 1766, long ago, right, are these. James Adair, who's made a lot of books about Indians. He lived amongst the Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Nation for a while and made books about the Indians, but whatever. Michael Cheadle, like Don Cheadle, and he whatever. James Colbert. Some of y'all are also connected to these Colberts and these surnames. Benjamin Seeley, William Kemp, and William James. These traders, amongst other men, were Thomas Love, John McLish, E. Pickens, the Loyalist, blah, 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 blah. So now that we have some names in mind, remember when I said and showed that these people said, hey, we're going to intermarry within the population. Let me pull that back up on my iPad here. I do like the search history. That's at least something good. But remember, they were doing all this intermarriage between Indians, right? They even put Negroes and whites on that one. But they were doing all this intermarriage between all those years, right? So they can become part of the tribe, right? And be part of the councils. And they would talk about that in some of these different things, right? They're trying to attach the Indians to the United States, right? So they're putting together all these laws, right? Not putting together laws, putting together all these encouragements. Well, when you go to the Chickasaw legislature in 1867, 100 years later, right, from them just now getting there and just now kind of getting into the whole Chickasaw Nation and intermarrying and stuff, right? What do we see? Who will we see as part of the legislature during this time? Well, when you go down, you're going to see names, surnames, like Kemp. Oh, that's funny. Didn't we see a Kemp right here? I can't highlight it. Didn't we see a Kemp right there? Well, let's keep going. There's another Kemp. Colbert, Collins, Newberry, Colbert. Well, that's funny. Well, that's funny. That was a Colbert right there. They came over together. Okay, well, let's keep going. We got Anola Tubby, Justiniah, whatever, George Brown, Ishton Mastrier, whatever. That's a Indian name, I guess. Smith, Rourke, Johnson, Percy, Kill, Colbert again. Come on down here. There's a Love. Now we'll just skip the other ones. Boyd or Colbert, Kemp, right? So they were the members of the Senate. Now they didn't make up now they made up part of it. Some other people came over, Anderson, Burris, and they're obviously not the Indians either. They come over too. There's only so many Indian names. Pasubby, the Anola Tubby dude, the Acha Chubba Tubby, whatever. Tubby, you really meant for like big, fat, like a nickname for it. I did that's a whole nother thing. But here you have these. They were getting paid, right? They getting money, right? Off the Senate. But that's just one thing, okay, that's nothing. That's nothing, Sam. Yeah, they intermarried in, okay? Yeah, they just became part of the Senate. You don't know, they was doing good for the Indians. Okay, well, let's keep going down. Let's look a little further into this little legislative document here. Let's see how much good they might have been doing. So these are people, or that's how much they're paying certain positions. Okay. Let's see. Roll of the members. You got some members getting paid out again. Roll of the Senate. I don't know why they're paying themselves again. Members of the Senate, or these might be, no, these some of the same names. No, these are different names. Albert Love. Couple different ones added in here. Jackson Kemp, Isaac McGee, some of these other ones. They getting some bread, right? Okay. Members of the Senate. We got some more stuff. Roll of the House. Some more people getting a little bit of bread. Some more whatevers. Okay. Kemp's in there, whatever. Let's keep going down, though. So they getting a little bread. Payment of the officers and the men. This is all together. Let's go down. But notice that they were dealing out contracts, and paying out equipment and different things, to different stuff. Look at this. Samuel Colbert beef. Samuel Colbert, he got paid $110 for his beef. Another Colbert down here for the beef. Let's see. Cyrus Harris, even though he wasn't listed there, that ain't no Harris, ain't no whatever, even more. But most of the money it says paid to officers and men, $7,000. Harlan and Rennie per contract, $3,500. Okay, but let's keep going down. Let's keep going down. It's a big page, a lot of pages. You got some more money given out. Appropriation of favor of Miss Register of Chickasaw entitled to annuity, and the amounts due each. Okay, I don't know what, but they getting paid something else. Okay, there's some McGee, some other ones over there, whoever's over there, some Folsom, some Nelson, some. Now those people wasn't in that particular document, but there's some non-Indian names, right? But let's keep going. Okay, here, this is what I wanted to show too. Now these are businesses, businesses and services that they're paying out. Okay. Yeah, now these are businesses and services and stuff they're paying out. Like Lafayette Love's Board of Prisoners, right? Or Morgan Colbert, he's a Supreme Judge. You got to give him his 100, okay? William Kemp, he's an attorney. You need to go ahead and give him his bread. William Kemp up here, he also needs to get a little bit more of that for being on warrant. Morgan Colbert, he needs a little bit of that bread. I don't know what a warrant means. Kemp, Colbert, they getting bread, paying themselves out for whatever it is. I don't know, Ain't it funny how that works when you become part of a motherfucking legislator? But let's keep going. So you got all these things, tickets, whatever. I don't know what all that. Okay, so let's go down here. Jackson Kemp. And that could have been payouts, but I think it could have been something else. Well, let's keep going. Because I know there's one section down here where they got like the businesses. Prisoners, appropriation of incidental expenses. No, these are expenses being paid out. There's some more William Jackson Kemp board prisoners. These people are being paid out for these things multiple times. Governor's salary, and they got some salaries here for the folks. So all I'm just getting to is these people in the span of 100 years, and not just the people, their offspring's offspring. So you got to think, they're carrying out these plans generationally, which is kind of hard to do. But their offspring and the people they're putting out here are following this shit. And I don't want to say that, it is kind of hard to do, but people do it. And I've seen them do that with many things. I think what I did probably, one of those was probably what I was looking at, which is them paying out the businesses. I think I already went through that. And I don't know what this is. List of senators, they getting some more bread. Either way, bread is being divvied out, okay? And that's not too far. And a lot of those people just got here, just started coming amongst them. And what else happens? Eventually, they dissolve this government. Let me see if you can Google it, if it'll tell it. I haven't Googled it, but let's say, when did... Let me pull out the iPad so I can talk to it. Goddamn typing like a damn primitive African. They can't type either. What was I about to put? Damn, what was I thinking about? What year was the Chickasaw Nation legislator government dissolved? Put too many words in that, legislator government. 1906. Look at that. Look at that. Think about that. Chickasaw Nation government probably existed through tribes and, tribal councils and all this other stuff prior, right? And by the time these YT folks get in, start intermarrying, start having offspring gets in government, offspring pays themselves out in government all the money in 1867, 1890s, right? 70s, 80s, likely. And by 1906, they say, hey, let's get rid of the government. after they've probably, I would need to see if I can find documents that show who all was in government at the time. It could probably be at that time a total takeover of nothing but just YT folks in the government by that time, claiming to be, so-called Indians. But they dissolved the government. But think about this though, they dissolved the government, but it came back though, didn't it? Because they have it today, right? Why would they dissolve it and bring it back? Why would they dissolve it and bring it back? My bad, look at that crazy words. So right before Oklahoma became a state. Right before they became a state. Got his butt Oklahoman, getting this Oklahoman info. Yeah. Why would the Chickasaw Nation dissolve the government right before they become a state and all that? I guess statehood, as it says there, they say, hey, we're in preparation for the statehood, but they bring it back. When do the Native Americans come back? When did the Native American governments become, I'm gonna just say come back. Governments come back. Whatever. It's not the best way to put it. Ain't that funny? 1934. Somebody said, you know what? I was just playing. We got a government over here. We were just playing 27 years ago. We were just playing, you know what I'm saying? But then now you got to think, even though I'm joking, why do you dissolve it and reinstate it? Why? Now you got to think. Let's put our thinking caps on. Why dissolve the government and bring it right back? Well, my speculation, my little bit of conjecture, because there is no, oh damn, I done spilled some weed. I done spilled some green. He said, to put in their people. But I believe it's that's part, but don't forget, they people was already damn near in it. But I believe it's that. It is to change. I don't know. That's a good thing. But also, that's when your Siberians start showing up. Your Siberians was showing up before that. Your Siberians don't really get here really like that until like the late 1800s like that. And let me show y'all, because some people may think that I'm a little off on that date, but let me show you a boarding school, so-called boarding school. Let me make sure I save that. I hope I saved it from yesterday, because it took me forever yesterday to try to find it. I hope I saved it from yesterday. Or I'm gonna have to go back through the bullshit of finding it. God damn it. Let me see if I saved it over here. I have the older ones. I'm gonna have to. God damn it. This is one of them, but this is older, and I don't like the older one, but I'm gonna get the name of the school, copy the name of the school. There it is. Hold up. So this was the name of the school. Now notice this boarding school is around what time? Notice this boarding school is around what time? Who are they training? What are they training these people in boarding school for? These Siberian, Asiatic, Hispanic, whatever looking folks. What are they training them for in 1931? I thought boarding schools, if you were trying to erase the Indians, shouldn't they have done that in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s? Shouldn't they have done boarding schools long ago? But they're in the 1930s times. So this one's gonna really look old, and it's gonna have mostly drawings, but some photo. I guess you can call these photographs. These are photographs, I guess. Yeah. Now these are the teachers. Obviously. Your YTs. I did notice the swastika sitting right there, but hey, on every page. But hey, I don't know. Take of that what you will. You know what I'm saying? Even though large amounts of Germans came over here during that time. But anyway, and people from that area. Anyway, whatever. So, especially this time, this is Ellis Island time. But anyways, so when you get to these people in this book might be a little bit different, but some of them will be the same. Bohannon, let's say Backen, Big Goose, Brown, Bernie. We're looking at surnames. Barnett, Crittenden, Cole, Chandler, Franklin, right? Goer, Hill, Harris, Hutchins, Hawkins, Hendricks, Hunter, Hawkins, Jackson, Johnson, Jackson. You got to think. These people ain't got no mix now going on. They ain't mixed with nothing. But they got surnames who are not over here. Now, yes, and I'll get to it, they were assigned surnames. But you got to wonder, why did they assign them surnames, English names? Why would they do that? And why are they doing it now in 1931? After they already dissolved those governments and reinstituted new governments and boarding schools, training people and giving them English names, surnames that some of us have. Let me find another one of these. Because these are older. This is 1930. I want to show you 1950. See if I can copy that. Hopefully it'll paste. Now you got to type it out. Hold up. Hopefully one of these is the one I'm really looking for. Damn, dude. And I just and think about this. This is 1933, y'all. Boarding school. My parents went to boarding school. Yeah. We went to boarding school. Oh, I bet you did. I bet you were taught how to do something. Look at that little Negro down there. What he doing there? What you doing? They needed one to be there. They let him in because he was good at the game. They went and got him off outside the reservation. Look, man, we can't keep losing. Somebody go grab a nigga somewhere, okay? That's the quarterback. I'm just playing. I don't know what's going on here, but okay. This ain't the one. This ain't the book though. Where did I find it? God damn it. I'm so mad that I do not have it. And I literally just the other day was looking for it. But either way, you already saw some of those surnames of people who did not have the lookership of any kind of mixture like that. They look like Asiatics. They look like Spaniards. They look like Filipinos. They look like, some just look like normal YTs. The other book would have been more apparent because it was 1950 and it wasn't older, and it wasn't as old of photographs like that, so it would hit you harder. But I can't remember what the hell. Let me Google this real quick. See if I can bring it up, and if not, I'm gonna go to the next thing I was gonna say before I lose that in my head. Let's say yearbook. And as you can see, Chislacloin Indian School Index. It was an Indian school, as it shows, right? So I ain't tripping. Even in the Oklahoma Historical Society yearbooks, I wonder if these going to be links to all of them. I ain't seen this shit. Hold on. Let's look at 1957. Is that the yearbook? Yes, and that's the one I was looking for. Wow. And they got other ones on here. Look, If you don't think I was official, you don't think it was official because it came from there, nigga. It's coming from here, okay? Yeah, let me say this before I fucking forget. Hold on, while I'm doing all this bullshit. Saved files. Downloads, yeah, save for your boy. So I don't have to keep doing this shit. Okay. So as you go down, now these are going to be more modern, right? And in fact, these people should be even more mixed, but they're not. Last name Bruner, York. And now we know Bruner is a black last name. I can go into that whole thing. Bryant, Calabazon, Childers, Collier, Brown, Benton, Baptiste, Anderson, Darion, or DeRoyne, or whatever. Dixon, Ellis, my bad, Franklin, Freeman. Let's look at what Freeman look like. Does he look like Freeman? Yes, si, senor. Me Freeman, okay? What about her? She look like a Freeman? 1950, what were they training these people to do? What about him? He look Indian? Are those Indian ears? What's his name? He's either Kenneth Ellis or Keith Franklin. But look, this is Kenneth Ellis and Keith Franklin. Now, if you don't understand how Indian they are, you are the insensitive one, okay? It is you and you are the problem. Now, you better recognize when you see a real Indian. Now, damn it, they went to Indian school in the 1950s. Okay, God damn it. They was real Cherokees. And it'll tell you what their tribe is over here, I think. Hold up. What are they tribes? The Sac and Fox tribe. A Creek tribe. So that's what they are. That's what some of these Creek Seminoles. Here comes some Creek Seminoles over here, guys. Okay, right there. Mrs. Ling Ling. Who look like she can do your nails right now, okay, and give you a hell of a massage, okay, is a goddamn Indian going to Indian school in 1950. Now believe it. You gotta believe it. It's in the Oklahoma archives, okay? Y'all laughing at these people. Don't be laughing at the real Indians now. That's insensitive. That's insensitive. You know what? Next time I go up on an Indian panel, I need to go cruising looking for, because I haven't shown them this on the Indian panel. I want to ask them, hey, is this y'all's grandmas that went to school in the boarding schools? Let me show you real quick. They're going to end the live. The live has been ended. I thought y'all said they done mixed it. They was darker than this and all of that. Is that copper colored? Let's look. Is this a copper colored Indian right here? Hold on. Where the copper colored Indians at? Cause where they at? Cause I ain't seen one yet. She looked like she could be straight Israeli. Come on now. Get out of here, dog. Straight from the goddamn the new age Israel type shit. You know what I'm saying? What they call it? She looked like she could be related to Bibi, what's his name? Whatever that dictator name over there. Got all that shit going on right now. That ain't no goddamn Indian, okay? Now these are the archives, y'all, and they got our names. Now let me show you real quick. If you don't believe they were given English names, which you can clearly see that right now, but if you don't think it was given to them, you can just go to the National Archive records, because everything we do is official. We just got out of the Oklahoma historical records, right? And we're going to take a dive over here into the National Archive records. See, we don't just do bullshit over here. And we're going to type in Indian Families Registry. I said it wrong, but he got it right. I was either trying to... I didn't know it was still on. I was either trying to say register or registry, and it ended up registry. And it said, oh, I got it right. I got you, Sam. I understand you. And here we go. Oh, we have some books here, guys. We got some books. Let's take a look at this register of Indian families here. And hold on, what year was this? What year did they register these Indian families? Let me go back. They say 1880 to 1920. Why do they keep doing that? 1880 to 1928. That's kind of funny. They dissolved the governments after they had a bunch of YTs in of the Chickasaws and stuff around 1907. And they reopened up the governments around the 1930 time, right? Right after they registered Indian families, right? Right. What would they register in Indian families? Let's take a look. Let's get closer. We love history here. Don't y'all wish I had a history teacher like me, sitting here gassed up, smoking weed, telling y'all the truth? Show me y'all losing my lighter and shit. Where the hell my lighter go? Oh, there's another one. I don't know where the other one I had went. Oh, there you go. Say absolutely 100. I'd be passing this motherfucker around to y'all. Pass that around, class. Let's get ready to learn a little history. Yes, you have to puff. Okay, you ain't got to take a puff. It's more for me if you don't. But let's take a look at this Indian family register that I got y'all on the cliffhanger on right now. All right. Let me zoom out a little bit. Now, this one is handwritten. Let's get close. Let me see if I'm on the right part. Farmer school. Hold up. Names, title. This one just has name. Hold up. Go to the other one. And I think further down it says it shows it, but hold up. Let's go to this one right here. Actually, that's the one I clicked on. Hold on. Let's go to that top one. Because that one's handwritten, which is fine, but hold on. Okay. Department of Labor, the Department of Interior. Oh, come on now. Okay, here we go. Let me go back. Because what I'm looking for are the sections at the top. And this one don't have the sections listed. It's a long list that goes down, but it don't have the sections listed. Name of mother, name of father, name of child. That's births. Y'all better stop playing with me. Hold on here. Okay, here we go. You got to go further down. My bad. I'm like, don't be playing with me, man. Make me look like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about right here. I'm a goddamn professor. Okay. Indian name. English name. Name of enrollee. A name of allotment roll. Blood or nationality. Their allegiance. All this other shit. Right? Mother. Whatever. But notice Indian name. Whatever it says there. To English name, right? Brian last name. Let's see. Or William or no, the last name on this side, I guess. Is CYA, whatever that is. Henry, Fisher, Hill, Smith, Hardin, Smith, Jr., Smith, Lincoln. Goddamn. Is this nigga named Abraham Lincoln? Who gave this nigga the name Abraham Lincoln? Y'all get the fuck out of here. Niggas be playing games. They got a paperweight on that bitch. That's how official this is. My motherfucking screenshots got paperweights on them. Indian name. Now this is a little bit more readable. legible, whatever. Indian names, right? English names. Arnell looks like Thunder, but I can't really tell. It looks like Thunder. That looks like woman, but I don't know about that. Baptiste, and we seen some Baptiste in the motherfucking 1950s yearbook, right? Some Baptiste, Big Head, that's funny. Clay, Thunder, Johnson, Rainbow. These are handwritten, so this is decently official. Wolf, Walker, McGee. So the question you got to be asking yourself is, where did they get the names to give them, and who decided who got what name? Right? There's always new questions. There's always new questions at Payne. My bad, I haven't been looking down. They're back at it. I'm surprised none of them are here today trying to debunk you. Yeah, I typically end up blocking so many of them that eventually I guess they just stay out. Zoom in on McGee. McGee. I don't know if I see. It says zoom in on McGee. Unless it was on the last page. Was it on the last page you was talking about? We got a hill, some more hills down there. Nash, Walker, Hill, Payne. Bro, I'm a Baptiste, and we are all black from South Carolina. Well, no longer that being the case now. They done gave it away, sir. It's fucked up, ain't it? and think about that. You know that your family is from back in South Carolina. You know your family's had these names. Just like, okay, like the Bruner name. Let's go through this real fast. So, like I was showing y'all on here, this lady in 1950, her last name is Bruner, right? She looks like that. Like she came off a Filipino boat, right? Like she can be one of them people that serve you on one of them cruises. You know, the cruise boats is filled with them. We thank you, Mr. Samuel, sir. Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. You know how they talk, right? I got to make fun of everybody. Okay, so she looks like she has zero mix, but her last name is Bruner, right? So we know that Caesar Bruner, because that's one of my old best friend's family. Excuse me. Family members, and he was a Seminole Indian. Caesar Bruner even has a plaque from being a Seminole Indian, and he was a Seminole band leader. It says it somewhere. Brunertown, made a town called Brunertown. He was born in 1813. Seminole Indians and a great warrior band. It was called the Caesar Bruner Band. His whole band. So when people say, "What's your tribe? What's your clan? What's your band?" He had his own band or clan or tribe, or not tribe, but you know. So the word Abraham, but that's something else. That's funny too. His son-in-law Abraham. His last name wasn't Lincoln, but 1813 he had the last name Bruner. Well, that's funny. How far back can we go? Well, right here is his grandfather. Let's pull it up. Now, if he was born in 1813, his grandfather, his dad would have to be born in the 1700s late, and then his grandfather had to be born maybe mid 1700s. Now, this is from the Muskogee Freedman Creek website, and as you can see, Mundy Dendy Bruner is his name. They don't see if you can see that. Freeman Monday Dendy Bruner was his last name though. Because it shows here he's the grandfather of Caesar, and it's cut off there, Caesar Bruner. But when you go to here, he was married to a Elizabeth Manuel. See the Bruner name right there? Grandmother to Caesar Bruner. Okay. So some of these Spaniard people were here. Okay. Elizabeth Manuel. Look at that paper. Look at that tape. That's crazy. So these are some of the oldest, right? kind of portraits you can find. Now, this is listed on the Facebook page of the Muskogee Creek Indian Freedmen Nation. Now, why they calling them freedmen when they were never enslaved is some bullshit. But regardless of all that story, you come here, we know for a fact that the Bruner name, just off of this, I've showed you that the Bruner name has existed amongst black folks and some Spanish person that married in, but after that, the offspring was pretty much black because he's the grandson, and all the Bruners I know are black. But at some point, you got a person in an Indian school being given that name. I don't know what the hell I did with it. Oh, here it goes. With the name Bruner, right there, with the name Bruner. So here's another question. What's up, live royalty? Appreciate y'all. A lot of y'all been sticking around, man. Appreciate it. I've been going for a cool minute. So think about this. If we know they gave her the name, right? How did they get the name to give her? Not only her, how did they get the names to give these people? Where do you don't just pop up with these names in your head. It's already dumb enough that you just naming them random names. You're Mr. Hill. You can be Walker. You said your name is Wakatamachaki. We'll call you Big Head. I don't know why that was Big Head. We'll call you Nash or whatever, right? You got to think. Why is that the case? That's our ancestors' name they took. Yeah. How did they take them? Where did they get the names from? Think about it. What? This is going to almost draw us back to the beginning of this whole lot. What documentation out there takes everybody's names down? In the whole United States. Where can you go to get every name in the United States? Well, you will go to the census. You see, because as we went around, as far as we talking about the white T folks and black folks. I don't want to just say white T folks. We know there was a lot of black Moors and other people that was in on this shit. And these Siberians is in on it too. They know their position. They playing games. So I don't blame all the YT. In fact, we've had some YT folks in here on this live stream the whole time. And I've been telling people, look, I've had a lot more white folks that I've told the truth to and shown like documents and stuff too, that even if they was trolling, they eventually be like, you know what, damn. Look, bro, I don't know. You got a lot of information there. Like maybe this, maybe that. Like they'll come to some kind of reasoning. It's the Africans and the goddamn natives that never come to reasonings. And it's the Pan-Africans. They never accept anything. White folks accept it. In fact, you will find a lot of white folks on TikTok who are doing videos about old world shit, who are questioning the Indian shit, who are saying that history, like handsome history, saying that the Indians were black folks. Saying I can show you enough, man. There's so many white folks that will. So I don't put it all on white folks. There's a section of them though that's causing some problems, of course. Definitely a section of y'all fucking it up. But in today's times, I think y'all are just as curious about this history as we are compared to the Africans who are smelly and thirsty and don't have a brain, and natives who pretty much about the same. That's what they live like. They live very much similar. Like if the natives didn't have rations and per cap, they would be living like the Africans today. But anyways, so this census, now mind you, by 1850, they still was not putting down everybody's names. Remember, they didn't give the names away. They were just doing head of household by this time. It was after 1860, the 1870 census, which FBA loves to tout. That's the first census where black people was listed. That's, if you could tie it back there, you don't need to go back no further. Okay, you FBA. Quit tripping to get these reparations. Okay. Anyway, so the 1870 census is when is when you start getting everybody's name written down. So think about the Reconstruction that really happens during Reconstruction. You have the Louisiana Purchase, 1803. As they come in to start moving westward expansion and getting to these states where the Indians were, who are black people, they start counting black folks. They counted black folks who decided after Indian removal. Notice 1830 was the Dancing Rabbit Treaty, but they said if you can stay on your land, you can stay on your land and become a citizen. All of a sudden, everybody became citizens. Notice there were citizens before that. That's because the Indian removal was going on even prior to that. So you had some people probably claiming to be Indians or, United States citizens, to avoid the removal during the 1817 to 1830 period. But that's why you have some black people choosing to stay, though, and stay on their land. But by the 1830, it was like, hey, look, we making a goddamn treaty, which we pulled up earlier, and y'all gonna have to make an ultimate choice. Either go or stay. And the ones that left, like my family and the Love family, and went and got that gas money and all that other stuff and kind of tricked a bunch of shit, they stayed. They left, and the ones that stayed became counted in the census. Now you have a lot of people counted, but you don't have these people's names. You only have the names of the free people. And so you haven't dissolved those Indian governments yet. Remember, they started putting themselves into the Indian governments around this same time, in this same zone. Think about it. In the same zone, they've just placed themselves in the Indian governments. I'm just not thinking about that. Okay, while they're placing themselves in the Indian governments in 1867 and shit, and prior to them, because that's when they showed, but they was, putting themselves in place. They come up with the treaty, send these people out, dissolve the Indian government, call these people slaves, turn around in 1860, say, hey, we need all y'all's names. 1870, I'm sorry. Slavery's over, even though nobody was all slaves. We didn't really start the slave schedules until 1840. Prior to that, we did have people listed as slaves, but there was also white people listed under black people under the head of the household, but that's a whole nother story. We talked about that earlier. But right here, you're talking about people listed as slaves, and we started actually calling you slaves, really just everybody for like this amount of time, but whatever. We can call those people slaves too. But by the time we get to here, we stop calling y'all slaves, and now we need everybody's names as we dissolve these Indian governments and bring in these Siberians around the same time, right? And so in 1860, 70, you now have a whole list of names. Now, they could have got the names from somewhere else besides the census. I don't know where else, but where else in 1870 can you get a whole list of names of everybody in the United States to be able to just give out names to everybody? Thousands and thousands of people. But not only were they giving out our names to Siberians and stuff like that, but let's pull up a little proof of how they gave our surnames away, like Bruner and other ones, and Love, to people coming over from Ellis Island. I mean, they were just giving names away to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Like Oprah Winfrey in this bitch. Okay? So we have documents out of the National Archive records as well. Naturalization documents. Let me see if all of them over here. You got Dunn. Oh, I was doing the research on the Dunn surname. On this one. Dunn. And that's important too. Friedman. That might have just been a series. Hold on, I got more of them. I got way more of them. And they might be more on my phone than they are on the iPad. But I could have sworn I took a bunch of screenshots with my iPad besides just those. I lead you from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. You don't want to get off the live stream at this point. I understand. I appreciate it. I had to look down, but I'm really connecting these things for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Everything's got to connect. If it don't connect like this, who the hell you learning from? Who are you getting your game from? Man, was it this far back or are they in my phone? No, they have to be on my phone at this period because I have. I got a lot of them on here. Sometimes you just really got to remember what the hell. Got so many different places. I guess I don't have one open. it would be over here. Let me see. No, if they were, did I take screenshots? If they were screenshots, they might be on my desktop. Did I organize them into a file already? What the hell did I do with them? Hold on, y'all. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This ain't in chronological order. Okay. Is that chronological? Okay, that's chronological order. Here we go. Okay. Podcast stuff. Okay. All right. So these are the loves coming in. Love, 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 love. What the hell? Oh, that's a regular name. Gronkowski. Come on now. I got more than that. Yeah, here we go. Here goes some more. Love, and he's got photographs. Hold on. Let me adjust myself. These got photographs on them with them, and these are people's naturalization papers coming over from being immigrants. Eggleston, Prince, Bourgeois. So these are some regular names. I got a bunch of regular names to show you what regular names should look like. Then you have some loves, some more loves, 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 love, 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 love. Doing a lot of loves. Love, and I did a bunch of Duns. Here's the Duns. I thought I did a Bruner. Friedman. There was some Friedman. That's what kind of got me to find this. I was like, Friedman? Naturalization papers? But people with the last name Friedman, that's kind of what got me on this, I believe. I don't know what the hell it was. Some girl. But, so yeah, Friedman, right? As you can see, you have papers here. Now, this person came from Russia, but now, okay. Now, this is a normal name. What you should see from somebody coming from Russia, their last name should be Baryarsky. Okay, that's the kind of name you should see for a Russian. Typically, that's why I went and got some of these. Not Friedman like Harry coming from Russia, right? Let me get a little closer for y'all. My bad. Not Harry coming from Russia. Somebody trying to join on. Turn it off. Not Harry coming from Belvoskitovs, whatever, Russia, being given the name Friedman as if he was a freed slave, you know. But that's what you got here. And what year was this? This is 1913 right there. Okay. So you got people giving these names. Now, those are freedmen, but again, you should have a name like a Baryarsky. You know what I'm saying? Coming up over here. I love that. That's so funny. But you have a Louis Friedman coming in here from England. So the Friedman name was given to people from England, from Russia. It didn't matter, right? It wasn't like one particular province. They weren't trying to follow a particular pattern or anything. Another Friedman coming here from the Britain. And they say that this is what he looked like. Oh, I'm sorry. This is what Mr. Friedman looked like. And also, he is a Hebrew. Never mind the fact that Hebrew is a language and not a race. They didn't understand it when they really kind of threw that on there. You know what I'm saying? Let's call him a Hebrew. Amen. Now, if they would have said the J, you know what I'm saying? Okay. But to call him that, that's a language. Not a motherfucking race. But okay. He's a freedman anyway. From goddamn England or wherever, Britain. No, from England. I was born in Leeds, England. And this is what he looks like. Now, can't you tell that's a freedman, right? Mm. Doesn't this make you want to use the term freedman right now as your main name? Don't call me Negro. Don't call me black. Call me a freedman. I'm an American Negro freedman descendant. Like Simon be saying, yes, I'm an American descendant, slavery freedman, emancipated Negro. Shut your let me not. I don't want to. Let me not talk shit. Simon to me, he apologized, so I don't want to talk shit. Don't go back telling him I was talking shit. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't sound right, especially when you know stuff like this. Sammy, can you look at my question, please? Dang, Freeman has gotten hijacked. Yeah, exactly. What's your question? Hold on. What's your name? Angel? Angel, what'd you say? You might have to copy and paste that thing back in. Looks like it's been kind of covered up by many other ones. Sorry, you might have to copy and paste it back in, Angel. Fraudman. I know, right, Sweet Kelly? What up, Lineage Business? Said those Newski people hit my family too and boldly left a strong paper trail. See? And that's why I think it shows identity theft. It just shows it in more later modern times compared to the times that we find it on our trees with the Indians. And it's like we gotta find the identity theft via other documents and stuff, but it's definitely there. Hold on, let me go back down. My question. American Easy got hijacked. What up, CR? What you know about the Flood surname? I don't know anything about that surname. It hasn't came across. Yeah, Angel, you'll probably have to type it if you're still in here. You probably have to type it back. I started going back up, but I'm not really seeing the question up here. But yeah, this right here, that right there, and he's not the only one that has the Freedman name. They gave it to a lot of people. So at that point, I mean, I already didn't really too much care for the name and there's so many other reasons, definitely. Said maybe I'm xenophobic, but I do have a problem when immigrants cling to our stuff. No, I do. I definitely do. They filtering it. Oh, they filtering it is not being shown. And that's crazy. I should still be able to see it. That's horrible. Yeah, because it ain't came. I ain't seeing it. I'll keep an eye out though. But so this is one reason why I don't want to even use the term freedman. Also, saying freedman says that you're a descendant of a slave, and not everybody was slaves. So, and some people were Indians that were never enslaved because that shit didn't really come that way until later and all this other stuff, man. So like, when people say they don't have records of being enslaved, they really mean that. You know, they might have one or two people on their records, if that might show to be a slave. You know, and a lot of it's speculation because the names wasn't listed as a slave. So you would just be looking at tick marks on the slave schedules and making conjecture that, well, I found something that he lived on the plantation. He was black, so he must have been one of these tick marks. So, and I'm not saying that ain't a direct connection. That's at least good or decent enough, but that's what you got to really do. People usually have the last name Freeman. Yep. And there's a difference between freeman and freedman. I'm glad you said it. And I'll say that. I'm going to show you that. I've heard of Upshaws, but I haven't seen any documentation, but I have heard of Upshaw. I'm trying to remember from where, but I've heard of Upshaw. Have you come across William, Farmer, Mercer, and Roswell? We saw some, I want to say we saw some farmers given their names given away to some of those Indians. I thought I saw a farmer listed in there just earlier. We might go back to that here in a second. What's up, the Black Mama? What's happening? Peace. So not only, and let's look up like what he just said. Let me do it on from my iPad so I ain't got to type primitively like an African who can't even type, but still, what was I about to look up? What is the definition of freeman? a person who is entitled to full political and civil rights. A person who is not a slave or a slave, basically never been a slave, entitled to everything, right? Let's add a D on there. An emancipated slave. That's why I don't like you. And it's also stupid to say, I'm not trying to get on him. I'm just saying, because of the way the literature is being said out there. But when you say I'm an American descendant, emancipated slave freedman, and if you say I'm an emancipated slave freedman, you're really saying the word twice. So now it just shows you really adding extras on for no reason. You know what I'm saying? The saying freedman denotes that. But also claiming to be freedmen or putting that name as under us says that we were all this. And we know we were not all that. You can easily just pull up a census record and see at least that. And then looking forward into the details of the census records, you can see that everybody wasn't slaves like that. So, and slave also didn't mean that you were just whipped and chained and beat and picking cotton on a plantation slave. If you look up slave, like look at this, man. Now they'll say the vast majority, they'll say are just laborers, but laborers are more than just somebody just in the field. But a lot of people did do farming back then because that's a big thing. And that was especially a big thing. It's still a big thing now. It's just a lot of the Mexicans do it now because, primitive shit. Occupation. I wish I could control F on here, but it won't let you. Hold up. Damn. I think it's after the nativity section. Okay, there's a nativity section. Birth statistics, mortality. There's the statistics. If I don't find it, which I should, but it's a long ass document, it lists the different types of occupations that the slaves had, and makes you wonder, like, what was really a slave? Now people would be like, "Oh yeah, some were better than others, and this and that, and whatever." Like they don't put those extras on into those things on. Like they blanket everybody as being a cotton picker, but everybody was not a cotton picker. That wouldn't make sense, right? The whole world wasn't functioning off of just goddamn cotton. Somebody had to grow the other shit. Somebody had to do the other jobs. Somebody had to build the things. Somebody had to do all kind of different things. God damn it. I don't know where it's at, hell. But it's got a list of occupations in this hoe somewhere. And you got to think who was doing all the work. Like they tell you, slaves built the White House twice, right? First of all, they're telling you that we know how to build old world building architecture. That's really what they're telling you. But then they would say, but it was the YT man that designed it, and he gave you the instructions to go out there and do that amazing structure you did. So let's look at the White House real quick while I'm saying that and talking that shit. Get onto this White House. Now, I believe that was the old and this is the new, if I'm not mistaken. But let's just see if we can get an idea. Now, the White House itself ain't as intricate as it is the new one, as some of the Capitol buildings, but it's definitely intricate, right? I thought it was actually bigger than this. I guess it is now. I guess this is the old one. I'd have to look that up. What is this? A key feature in the president lived in 1600 Pennsylvania, although around 1811. President John Adams, that was the first residence of it. 1811, was the first residence of the White House, 1811. Like when I see years, I don't know about y'all, but like now me, like when I see years, it's like my brain instantly thinks about everything that happened within a span of time during those years that I've looked up, and I'm looking for connections like a goddamn hard drive or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm like 1811. Hold on, let me compute. Well, okay. 'Cause I'm just like, what was going on? Because 1776 is when they first started, so it took that long before they became the first presidents of the White House. Unless they talking about the second White House, I really have to go look more into the story. I don't feel like reading that whole thing, but I was really just trying to look up a photograph of the White House. But we designed this intricately designed thing. Now, it is an intricate design pattern. I want to say it's probably built out of stone, but I don't know. The patterns are just like any of these other state capitals, which likely we built. But they say some of these state capitals was built by them, whatever the case. But if you look at state capitol buildings, state capitol. Let me say state capitol buildings. Go. I'm tapping. You got these intricately designed Roman-like buildings, right? And I'm not the only ones that's saying this at all, you know. And all of them say to be built in a year or two, you know what I'm saying? And they all start occupying them. They all start saying they were built between 1905 or 1900 and 1910ish, somewhere around them time frames, late 1800s and shit, right? And they had these quick times. And I'm not the only one that's saying this. For people who have not seen people saying some shit like this, let me see if I can find. I think I might have saved it under my Ancient America shit here. Let's take a look. Let me see. Right here.
When you see this stuff in America, you know what's really weird? All the state capitol buildings that don't really match up. Like, why did they build something that was straight out of ancient Rome in like Iowa? You know, like in Nebraska.
2,500 people live in a town somewhere, and they build a post office that has 700 rooms and is like an ancient castle. It's the same like with the Mormon temple, where they said they went out to Utah, you know, with horse and buggy and nobody else out there, and they supposedly built this wonder of the world castle with no rails and no dump trucks and no cranes, and it goes down 40 to 60 feet underground with more building. And
even think about like the 1 year timelines. A lot of these buildings are 1 year wonders where they created this very elaborate stone building in 1 year. But then you think about some of these places that have 1 year timelines, and then they work in like Syracuse, you know, Albany, Syracuse, New York, these crazy places like that. Explain to me how much work they're getting done in the dead of winter when the roads would have been horrible. Then you add snow on it, and then the logistics make no sense. Even think, like I said, go back to World War II. We're told that the Germans were not necessarily defeated by the Russian army. They were defeated by the Russian winter. Yeah. Because
Yeah, I can send it to you, man. Is that Meta that said that? It's kind of covered. Yeah, I can send it to you, Meta. The Texas Capitol building was using convict labor.
And with the high-tech German stuff, they couldn't even move the equipment during a harsh Russian winter. So that is like the highest tech stuff in the 40s. And then you're talking about these things were built with horses and buggies in the 1840s.
So, you know, like I'm not the only one. Yeah, man, I'll DM it to you. We're not the only ones saying this. And I follow a bunch of TikTok people, a bunch of white folks that are doing it, that are on that same tip. Now, who else looks like Roman? What other kind of people look Roman-like to a degree and was dressing like that were in the Americas? Well, let's see how the Germans depicted Indians in America real quick. I'm going to pull up some of these photographs, but I'm going to show you how on the website you can get to these. I just don't want to it takes forever to click through all the ones on the website. But I'm going to show you on the website where you can actually see these. Now, here's some of them. It used to be a book called The Allegory of the Continents, but they took the book off of the website, and they've digitized it in today's time. And I'll show you that before I show you these. Show you how they digitized it, so it's even more real world proof that this is these people mean it, and this shit is real, because what you have is modern day time digitization of Black Indians being labeled as Americans in German paintings and digitized online by Germans. So you got YT Germans saying, "Hey, yeah, these are goddamn Americans." Where the hell is the website at? Oh, here it goes. The whole thing, as you can tell, is pretty much in German. And if you click up here and go to Allegorien, pretty much was already there. So each one of these are going to have, almost every one of these are going to have a Black Indian listed in it. Several pages in every one of these. So I'm going to go to one that I know for sure that I can easily get to without having to make a bunch of clicks and find it and all this other shit. So this would be Allegory of the Continents. And when you click on this, it'll tell you what that is. And that means somebody just recently put in that, hey, this person that you just clicked on is an American, okay? And all of them will say that, and they're all going to look melanated. All of them will look melanated. They don't draw no Siberians. I think I've seen like maybe one YT person, maybe one or two YT persons drawn as Americans. Other than that, it was always these melanated Indians looking Indian. See how it's annoying to try to zoom out and it's tripping? That's why I'm going to go to my screenshots. So over here, like I said, who was looking Roman-like? Well, so like this. This is from their website. It says this is an American right here. And we're going to look closer. Well, that was your American according to Germany. According to Germany at the time. Now, somewhat Roman-like, not completely, but we're going to find some others. He has a cotton gold mantle on his over his shoulder, almost like toga style, all right? He has the silver breastplate, or metal breastplate and all that other stuff. He has the bow and arrows. He has red, blue, like the colors of the flag almost. He's definitely melanated with definitely melanated features, right? Let's look at some other ones. Now, some of them are your rural Indians. They won't look so Roman-like because not everybody was probably on that time. Some people like to live out there. Now, this was an American back then. Got the turban going on, right? That's a little bit different. Got the turban going on with her cotton mantle, right? You got this one over here. That's your American. They always typically have pearls also. Pearls, pearl earrings, durable pearls. That's a whole nother thing. But notice the toga. Cotton mantle toga going over one shoulder. In fact, I have books where Christopher Columbus and other explorers talk about how these people wear one cotton mantle over the shoulder and one shoulder exposed. They always talk about that. Now you got to think about it. If they're doing it that much, they're doing it so much that you had to mention it in your book. Now here goes a depiction of some Indians. A little bit more cartoonish there. But, okay, this is what the Germans thought we looked like, okay? You got the cotton mantle over her, toga light, got the feathers, jeweled up, pearled up, somewhat pearled up, melanated, curly hair, feathers, right? And these are Germans drawing these. And like, not all of them, see, he wasn't on that stuff. He was just an Indian, may have been a country nigga, right? Not living near the capitals ass nigga. And see, you got one right there, an American drawn, got the cotton mantle over him, got the his pants and stuff, looking a little Roman like, you know, looking a little Roman like, you know, on some of them. He's got the turban, looking a little Moorish like, you know what I'm saying, a little possible Moorish influence, possible not. Same thing with that guy right there, you know, right? And then your country niggas or your warrior niggas, right? He ain't got none of that toga stuff going on, but he's got all the other signifiers. And there's so many of these. So many. Now, I wanted to go online to see if I can find these in real places, and you can. Wikipedia, if you find the actual church, and you can see this is a Wikipedia article that's in German or whatever, you can see one of those paintings, and that's the Indian right there, in one of those Allegory of the Continents paintings. Another one I found was on another website that was in German, and it's this one right here. And over here is right there is your Indian. And that's another photograph that's inside, that's on that website as well as it was in that book. So the reason I was doing this is to show, like, this is in a church, and I know that this painting over here has an Indian on it, right? I think it's in the shadows or something, but yeah, right here or something. But I'd have to show you the real one. But I knew, you can tell that that's what it is, and it's in this church, and that's on somebody's Instagram page that I just found over there in Germany. So, like, oh, here it is a little bit closer. And there's the Indian. You can barely still see it though. And stuff like that. So I just wanted to show people that this was not something that was just not really out there in the world. Like most, if not all, the churches in Germany have this going on. So, and I'm gonna just show you too. I'm gonna just type this in. It should pull up shoulder. This is The Invasion of Alabama. And this book came out, like, I don't know, I have to go look at it early. The dress of the females consisted of a mantle thrown over the shoulders with one arm exposed, while another mantle encircled the body. They were made of an inner bark of the trees and of a special flax. The men apparelled with these same mantles thrown over the shoulder, and deerskin flaps completed their costume. Some of the better classes wore moccasins and leggings of the same. So just think about that. You know, oh, there it is. The book comes from 1840, but they were talking about the 1540s. So the descriptions are matching. And even the thing with the pearls. I have a whole thing that I'm a section album that is about pearls alone. That will have all these like excerpts and as well as photographs. Each one of these have pearls, but all of these explorers talked about how, hey, there's a chest filled with pearls here, and these Indians wore pearls, tons of pearls. Everybody had pearls everywhere. And this is the DeSoto book, and I got many others. I'm still adding them in here. But when you go through here, each one of these people who are black are listed with these pearls on. She's got pearls, double pearled up, pearl earrings, right? Double pearls. These are different people drawing these two at the same time too. Why would so many different people? He don't have any pearls on. She's got double pearls and pearl earrings. Pearls. That's African though. Pearls. The male. Pearl earrings on the male Indian. Double pearl necklace, pearl earrings, pearls right there on the wrist, right? Triple pearls right there on the Indian. On melanated folks, you see pearls right there. When the Indians or the Native Americans, when they went through their little boarding schools, double pearls, they didn't read the history books to understand what the complexion and the manner of the way they dressed and stuff really looked like. So they don't have pictures of them with pearls like crazy, like all these explorers say. They don't, I think that dude even had a pearl in his ear. Double pearled with the double pearls and the double pearls. Pearled up, and there's many different things. So many different pearls. Each one of these are gonna have pearls, and that's what this is all about. But even in some of these pearls, right? Pearls, right? Even this Virginia pearls, double pearls, right? Double pearls, right? Even on here, even on these, you don't even have to do it, but they still put the pearls in there. They still put the pearls in there. Okay? With the curly hair in Virginia. I got a whole section on Virginia to try to understand what happened to Virginia. Because some of these were taken in the 1700s. So what were these black people, Indians, doing with their pearls and their tobacco companies as these folks showed up? Because it's around the 1650s time where Carolina becomes a state and starts setting up Charles Fort, like I showed y'all earlier. And then eventually they start carving out things. It's around the 1700s when they start supposedly getting rid of the Indians, right? Moving people out. But it's around the 16 and 1700s where you have the Pequot Wars, the Tuscarora Wars, the Yamasee Wars, the Geechee Wars. I don't want to say Gullah Wars. And all of those, all along the same coast of Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. But what was going on before those wars? Well, it looks like let's go to the Virginia. What was going on before all those wars? Well, what were they doing here before the wars? What were they over here getting from the black Indian who's telling them, hey, it's sweet scented? What are they talking about? What's that? What's that in his hand? What are you doing over here? He smoking? Did we get him hooked on tobacco? And they had to come back and get it? Is that what happened to Virginia? Is that what happened in the colonies? Is that what they don't want you to know? That you owned all of those tobacco farms? Those tobacco plantations? Huh? In Virginia? In the 1700s? If we have to go looking back at maps for those who's been around since the start of this, all this should be correlating for you. Like, this is what was going on in Virginia. They was making money off of tobacco, off of drugs. They've been getting their drugs from the hood niggas forever. Okay? Just put it like that, right? They've been getting it from us forever. They had to come get it. And they had to come be the ones to get it. Okay? That's what I'm believing happened around that time. But, Charlestown was Charles Fort before. Oh, no, Charlestown. Charleston is different. My bad. Conflating. But Charleston, West Virginia, Chances, West Virginia. And these were going to London. These were advertised. And if you don't know what you're looking at, these were advertisements, in a sense, for tobacco going to London, okay, in the British museums, in the British archives, okay, because you would send these over there like, hey, we got that good shit for you, right? And this one helps to encompass what's going on. I'll show you. Where is it at? This one. This one helps to encompass that because notice you have a ship right there. You have a white tea man smoking, testing it out. You got the black Indian chilling with his bow and arrow on him. He got his gad on him, right? Just in case a nigga want to trip on these, But he's handing him the tobacco, right? And he's over here smelling it, making sure it's the good shit, right? Oh, okay, yeah. I fucks with that, yeah. Yeah, you say you have how much? Several plantations worth. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back. Right? Y'all gotta love how I be playing with these little animations. Yeah. We're gonna take this. We're gonna get this from you, right? You see? Yeah, we're gonna get that off you. Look, they got the paraphernalia. I ain't even looked this close before on the table. They got the pipes ready. Somebody got their drink on too. Like they was really buzzing. Okay. Yeah. He over here gone. Okay? He slumped over. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, this encompasses a few things. It shows that, hey, we ship tobacco from American Indians to England or wherever they're going, right? You're trying to encompass a lot of things in a photograph or in a flyer. Just think about like a flyer for a club, right? And they'd be like, DJ this, with the special ladies of this and that, and they have some photographs and this and that, and you just kind of putting it all together like, oh, okay, nigga, all right, nigga, I'll be there. All right, but that's kind of what this is, right? As I look at it, it's like old school graphic design. That's literally what this is, old school graphic design. I'm pretty intrigued by it because I've done graphic design too back in the day. So I'm really intrigued like how they was able to make such nice and intricate as motherfucking designs through graphics, through they means. They probably just drew them out, but I'm still blown away at the detail and stuff. It's pretty dope what all they was able to do. But as you can see, like that's what I that's what I believe happened, man. That's what I believe happened. Let me see what y'all been saying, man. My bad, I've been just kind of cooking. We had weight and bulk because we had food. Yeah, for real. We ain't never been lanky like an African. We've always been able to eat. We've always been able to eat. Yeah, we've always been able to eat. My bad, let me go down. Was it Graver? What up, the red line? I've been trying to figure out why. Now I know why. We had everything and they took it. Yep. Yeah, so, first things first is kind of like proving we was here, right? And then it's like, okay, well, we know we was here. We was on these maps. I can show you old maps. We was on all this other stuff. We was on these maps, and we was on these old maps up until around the 1700s. And then we stopped stopped putting us on maps. Paraguay maps. Let me go to some of the Florida shit. Spanish map, all kind of different maps. But then eventually somebody was like, look, now you can't keep doing this. You can't keep putting these niggas on here, man. We trying to erase that. So here's a map, and you can see the Florida Indians, curly, woolly-haired, dark, melanated folks, right, going after some lions. But then here's another map of Florida from the French archives. And as you go up here, you can see, and this is probably like in what year is this? This is like 1500s. At latest, early 1600s. But you see us doing our thing. And the reason why I say that is because Carolina isn't here yet. There's no Carolina. There's a Virginia and there's a Florida. And Carolina was known as Chicora area, but you can find where the Carolina area is supposed to be at, which, let's see, Virginia. All right, Chicola, which I think they're supposed to be Chicora. So this should be, this, in my opinion, should be about where Carolina would be. And then coming down here, you got the little coast of Georgia, whatever, Kusabi, and some other ones. But as you can see, some of those are kind of like a French whatever of the tribes. But so you got this map, and then you got this map here, which is Virginia and Florida still with no Carolina. So we kind of know the time frame we're talking about. Virginia was huge. And so I showed you all those things going on in Virginia. Again, they was coming here, getting that tobacco and coming off. Okay. And then down here, you'll see how to have the Indians listed, your Carabanas listed like that. You got some more melanated people down here, some more melanated, woolly-haired folks all throughout. Some woolly-haired with right there, right? So you got that going on. You got these other maps. So we was listed on maps. You had advertisements from the early days. You had all kind of depictions. The Germans, all of those allegory of the continents. I got some of the books. You have some of those. It'll tell you when were those depicted. Well, it'll tell you here. Where are my damn books at? Hmm. Oh, here we go. No wonder I be forgetting stuff. Some of this stuff is over here. It will tell you that all of these paintings, whoops, were done between these years. Now, why is that important? Well, now during these same years, 1700s, right? You see that? Yeah, I can get up here and come back to it. During those years are the same time that the only black people that should be in the United States should be freshly imported Africans off a boat, shackled and dusty, right? But at the same time that shackled up dusties is coming in, and a few shackled up dusties did come in, a few. At that same time, you're talking about Germans saying, well, I don't know what those shackled up dusties look like, but the Indians that we see in America look like this. Let's go to one. Let's see. Europe, Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. So America is this one. It's either that one or this one. Let me see. Hold on. I think it's this one. Hold on. America and Europe. I think it's that green one because I think I had clicked on it on the website. I used to think it was that one, but I think it's this one because they got the double pearls. And we always would either have, I ain't never seen the other people with the double pearls. I've seen them with single pearls, but not always with the double pearls. And I think she got the hoop earring too. But that was your American. Let's go to one that's a little bit more shown. So this is that one I was showing you that I had found. Okay. And that's the church it's in. Did it label who the American was? Oh yeah, it says right here. America, Europe, Africa, Asia. So America is this person right here. Okay. What the hell? Why did they do that? That one. So this is another church. And if you look up in the church, this is the other one I was kind of trying to show. That's the American right there, okay? And it'll tell you down here, Africa, Europe, Asia, America. Now, back in the day, before they digitized it on a German website, people would be like, oh, that's speculation. Oh, we don't even know who wrote that. Oh, that person ain't the one. He don't know which is which. Pan-Africans and people will say anything just to say anything. But now that it's on a website from Germany, and that means that, and they assigned it a little dot that says American, can't nobody say shit. I got to go past these because they're naked, topless, and I don't want to get no strike. But they were Americans. There's your American right there. Red, white, and blue on this motherfucking right there. So not only was they depicting us, but they was depicting us with the flag colors. And people are like, you waving those American flag colors of the white man? Why you praising the white man's colors? That's not the white man's colors. That's not the white man's colors. Okay? If y'all don't know, you will see many of us wearing these colors. You know who ain't wearing these colors in depictions? Them fake natives. Fake natives don't be having no red, white, and blue feathers. Why would they depict that? In the 1700s. Why would they draw this? For fun? They were just playing games when they painted these on the church walls, on the ceiling, nose bleeding and shit. Let me draw this nigga over here. Let me make fun of him, but put red, white, and blue. Give him the white man's colors real quick. This is Germany, nigga. No, it's stupid. I just... Any little asinine like argument these people try to come up with, there's your American, I believe, right there. No, I take that back. That's the American back there. And that whole thing could be Americans, but I know for sure that's the American. Yeah, that's the American right there. Any little asinine argument these people try to come up with, I would put it to rest. That's that one I showed y'all. That's the American right there. Black out, double pearled up. Even got the gold wrap with the pearls on it around the leg, around the shins or whatever the hell that's called. In a church like this, and think about it: a Pan African will visit Germany, go into this church, and the pastor at the pulpit can point at that and be like, "Those are my American friends, and we give them thanks." And the Pan African will be like, "That ain't no motherfucking Indian though. That I mean, no, that's an African that must have came over there first, and man, and y'all playing like ain't no amount of proof you can show them, but there's your Indian right there." And things of that nature. So, yeah, I done been on here forever. So I'm about to get off. Voice is getting tired. Once that starts to happen, your boy gonna get up. I like these mornings, man. For some reason, I can keep a lot of attention in the morning. I like that, man. I appreciate that. I'll probably get y'all through your little morning drive, through your start at work, through your coffee start of the day, whatever is going on in your life. And I appreciate y'all being around here. Always to discredit our research. Exactly. And a lot of laughter, so I've been making y'all laugh. What up, Chief EJ? Smoke 'em. Empress, Enchanted, Nikki, I appreciate that, y'all. I appreciate that, y'all. Yeah, I'm about to get on with my little day and whatnot. I'm about to hop on the live stream and listen to somebody live while I get on to my little day. But I always teach great stuff. I appreciate that. I said, this is my first time running into your content. We'll definitely keep watching your video. I appreciate that, Danny Glows. You're welcome in this business. I appreciate you being in like always. You need to talk to me. For sure. You can hit me up after this. I'm pretty much going to be free for a little bit. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all coming in and being a part. And yeah, hell, I showed a lot. So if you want to see this, I'm gonna download it and put it on my YouTube and put it on Twitter. So that's where you can see it. My first time hearing you. That's what's up, man. A lot of first timers in here today. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Try to catch me when you can. If not, at least you'll catch my content. My content, it's just as engaging. You know, it's not 5 hours long. Obviously, I can only do 10 minutes per thing. But each time I hit you with a piece of content, I'm hitting you with a bunch of different receipts. Good morning. I missed it. Dang. Man. Okay. Well, you catch the replay. I know it's gonna be long. It's not the same though. It's not the same as being able to interact. Okay, cause I miss a lot. I just woke up. It's all good. It's all good. It's definitely gonna be there. What's the YouTube channel? Let me pull it up just so I know. Yeah, basically the same name as what's on here. If you typed in Samuel Ali Kuhio with the A, that'll get you there. I done hit 788. I really I wasn't posting a lot of my content on YouTube for a while. I was just doing TikTok. Well, I was doing YouTube. I was doing other stuff before the Indian stuff. Then I started doing Indian stuff on YouTube. Then I came to TikTok. After I did like this little somewhat documentary on YouTube about the Indian stuff. And then I started gaining a lot more traction on TikTok. Then I started eventually uploading my videos from TikTok over to YouTube. So it's just now coming up. I was really kind of discouraged because I would see almost no views and barely any subscribers, but it's slowly starting to move. And I got some people like Crew Watt. He came from over there, I believe. And now he's over here on the TikTok land with us. Excuse me. He might have already been on TikTok and just pulled me up. I don't want to say it like that, but yeah. So, this is going to be where I release. Well, I don't know. My goal is to release lots of documentaries. I do know that some documentaries that I want to release, I'm not going to be able to use some of the footages from some documentaries that I want to, that I can use fair use if I just did it for free. Or most of them, if not all of them, would pretty much be free to stream. But I want to put some on Amazon and Amazon Prime and any other place like Tubi or whatever that'll allow it. I don't know if I'll be able to get it on the other ones like Hulu or nothing like that. But I'm gonna be shooting it in the formats to be able to try to get it like that. But long story short, I want it to be on as many major platforms as possible so people can find it and see it. You know, we need to be on a level like, you know, Tariq Nasheed in a sense, but with our level of knowledge. But we need to be further than him because we have way more truth. So we got to be able to produce storylines of a magnitude on that nature, like of what he did and what other documentarians did. And I knew it before him. I knew I wanted to be a documentarian. It's just been a while since I've never really done one. I've done like a little semi one, but I've done like some short story films and stuff. And I want to do. I'm gonna be a filmmaker too. But I'm glad it kind of I'm glad I kind of like waited until I got into the Indian in my ancestry, got into the Indian topic in my ancestry, because I'd rather go hard all my documentary life trying to be on these topics than to be like on the shit that I would have been on, which would have been like, you know, world topics, what's going on in different parts of the world, political topics, other little random little topics, black issues too. I would have been on that definitely, because I was definitely on a bunch of that. But anyways, so thank you for your information. You have shared. Appreciate it. You're welcome. We'll get to Farmer surname another time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I was saying, let me just look here real quick. I think I was telling her I thought I saw Farmer on this Indian thing page that we had up, but I could have been wrong. Where was it? Where did I have that at? Indian Family Registry. That's gonna be on my I think it's definitely in one of these. Hold on. You know what? Oh, here it is. So I was looking at this earlier. We're gonna go up to the few pages. I thought I saw Farmer on these pages, but let me just one of these pages: Nash, Walker, Hill, Big Head, something. Let me go to the page before this. Let me go to a few pages before this. Lemon, McKee, Walker, Wolf, Rainbow, Johnson, Clay, Big Head, Baptiste. There go that Baptiste, y'all. And there was a Baptiste in here earlier. Thunder, he might still be in here. Something Fisher, maybe it was Fisher and not Farmer. Maybe it was Fisher that I saw, and I kind of got it because I think this is the last page I was looking at. Yeah, my bad to get your hopes up. I guess it was Fisher and not Farmer that I had just saw. But if you catch me on another live stream, I don't mind if y'all ask me like about your surnames. I'll do a quick search on like what your surname means. Farmer likely means he was a farmer, likely, you know. Young people were farmers, in a sense, as well. But like where your surname comes from, when the white folks got it, how many might have gotten it and got it over here from the motherfucking, how many people in National Archive records in the immigration office got it in the 1900s, how many Indians might have it. How many records can we find? Can we find any genealogical books on the farmers? How many newspaper articles can we find about the farmers? And how far back does it go in the newspapers? And what are they describing in those newspapers about the farmers? So like many different things I will go in on your name if you need me to do. If you want me to do something like that. Cross surname will, we can do that. In fact, I might go back. It'll probably be tonight. I'm gonna try to go live tonight. So if you catch me tonight, hit me up about the surnames, and I might be able to get you set up, or I'll do a live thing about it and just go at it. Seeing what I can find for you. Not saying I'm gonna find something for everybody, and I'm gonna lead you to the promised land where your family with everything, but hopefully I can show you something. And a lot of times, once I figure out where your family was, if we can tie some of your family history back to some certain areas, then, or if you know certain areas, they tie back to like the 1700s, then we'll look at like the native land maps or the Indian land maps to be able to try to pinpoint what tribes they may have been part of, different things. So yeah. So what time I'm go live? It will be Meta says she'll help. That's what's up. It'll probably be sometime I got some stuff to do later, but it'll probably be sometime around 8-9 o'clock Central Standard Time. So yeah, just keep watch, man. I appreciate that, man. The number's been up all morning. 55, between 70 to 55, man. I thoroughly appreciate all 70 to 55 of y'all. And all the people that done came and went and all that, man. I appreciate y'all coming in. And I said I'm doing family research. We've been in Louisiana since 1700, same parish. Yeah, if you could tie yourself back to Louisiana in 1700, you definitely was a Choctaw Indian. And anybody can tie their family in Louisiana area, or Alabama area, whatever. You just passed 1830, 1820, in my opinion, from when the motherfucker became a state. And before they even got over here from the colonies, you pretty much Indian. Not pretty much, you Indian. And even if you can't, you Indian. Hopefully you can, though. Most of y'all will be able to if you do your paperwork. So, and if any of y'all stuck, we know people that's great at getting you unstuck on your paperwork. So, if you need that, hit me up. If you've already started and got stuck, then hit me up. If you just starting from the beginning and you just want like somebody to do the whole thing and just pay and just do that. I know some people who do that too. So I can, just hit me up, I'll let you know. And really, I mean, for all of y'all to know, I don't mind saying the names, but Meta's one in here, and Gia, they'll help you if you're stuck. But if you want like the whole thing done, I would go to like somebody like Darvid. There's also Roanoke History, Roanoke Research. Loanoke, I'm sorry, LOA and Loanoke Research, something like that. Cammy, you stuck? If you stuck, you can DM me and I can DM Meta and have the Meta DM you, or if she sees you in here, she might give you a shout, contact you, and try to see if she can help get you unstuck. They have a whole group together. If they, and they'll try to throw you in queue. I know they be busy sometimes, but they'll there she go right there. She says you can PM her. Right there, there's Meta, and she'll definitely get you set up, get you ready, you know what I'm saying? See if they can get you past that little area, you got going on, and break you through even further. That would be dope. Hey, y'all, what are y'all talking about? What's up, Leanne? You kind of came in toward the end. Wish I could tell you a little bit more. I'm about to get off of here. I'm at the end of my, 3 hours. But appreciate it. It was an amazing live though. We talked about a lot, to be honest, a whole lot. Saw a whole lot of receipts and a whole lot of things. Right now, if you want to know what you're looking at a document called the Indian Family Registers in the National Archive Records.gov, which shows how Indians were given English names, how they were given surnames. And then you got to ask, how did they get surnames? How did they decide to give these surnames away like that? How did they decide who gave who a surname? Which person, which surname? Where did the surnames come from? Who had these surnames before they got them? Just the YT man? Did the YT man give their surnames out to both slaves of black descent and Indians of Siberian descent? Were they just given away? They were just so happy to give their names away to everybody? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, but we'll let you ponder on that. You know what I'm saying? Even though we've already been through a lot of it on this side, so we know. So the next time, try to catch a live, follow your boy. And I'm about to get off here for real. I'll holler back at Samuel. I need this doc. Several of my surnames are on it. Really? This same page in particular, to find it, or you know what? Just I'll DM you the link. In fact, let me do that while I'm on. In fact, let me do that while I'm on. Didn't mean to do that. Hold up. Wrong iPhone. Because I will forget getting off of here because I'm about to go grab me something to eat, to be honest with you. Didn't somebody ask me for something? Oh yeah, Meta asked me for a video. So I just sent you that link. That should take you straight there, Aura, to this exact thing, and maybe even likely to this exact page. If not, it's page 30 on this particular document right here. Or if it was one of the other pages, start at page 30 and go forward, and you'll find those other pages that I was on. The other thing was a video. Oh yeah, the old world video. Let me do that before I get off here. Because I will forget. I had that under Ancient America right there. Right here. Okay. How can I send this? I might be able to just send it directly through TikTok to you. Inbox. Meta. Let me see. Videos. Are they too large? Oh, I can only share videos up to 60 seconds. What I'll do is I'll upload the video to Dropbox and I'll send you a link with the video then. And then you'll have that. And then you can just download it from there. But we'll get it going. So let me get off here. For sure, I got you. Thank you for looking for me. For sure, I got all y'all. Got you. All right, man, let me get off here. What website? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Probably if you're talking about where I got that record from, that's the National Archive Records website, catalog.archives.gov. But I'm going to holler back at y'all. See you later. Holler back at y'all. Appreciate y'all again. Thanks, Empress.